mesmerized in every way. You keep me in a state of daze. Your kisses make my skin feel weak. I'm always melting in your heat. Then I soar like a bird in the wind.
Sé que tienen las flores, llorona las flores del campo santo, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando, que cuando la mueve el viento llorona parece que están llorando.
What's up, Bandidos? And we're live. Happy Tuesday, vendor reset day. And it's February 14th, so also happy Valentine's Day to all you lovely Bandidos out there. So, hey, today we're going to be working on some rapid red builds. Really excited to showcase this. Let's rock.
Freak out, yo! Look, watch this.
And we're back and we're live. What's going on, Bandidos? So, hey, real quick, I launched a video this morning. If you haven't checked it out, I have pinned the link to that video in the chat feed. So it's at the top, just scroll there to the top. And it is 4 Bulwark Bully builds that can one-shot them all. That's right, heavy armor with the capability to one-shot elites, and in many cases, one-shot those heroic named bosses as well. So really fun builds, totally check those out. Let me know what you guys think. And again, the link is posted to the top of the chat. So today, lately, well, let me just preface this. Like lately, we've been working on like a lot of heavy armor, heavy DPS builds. So tank DPS builds for the most part, right? And so now we're gonna switch it. We're gonna go to the polar opposite without losing survivability. So that's our objective. So our objective is just to go all red or really close to it. So heavy red builds, okay? And so that's what we're calling them, red builds, that have really good sustainability. That's the catch. Anybody can make an all red damage build. Anybody can. Anybody can make the old meta build. Anybody can make an all red striker build. There's nothing creative about that. There's nothing challenging about that. But trying to make a build that's just as strong, but maybe even stronger, because it has additional levels of survivability without sacrificing damage, or time to kill, I should say, without sacrificing time to kill. Okay, that's I think a really key word here, is more of a challenge, and you have to put more thought into that. The builds have to be more creative. And then guess what, guys? Guess what? For all that hard work, they become more fun. They're more fun. They just flat out more fun. So that's what we're gonna be working on today. And so, like I said, time to kill is the key word. Okay, time to kill is the key word. So let's just kind of cut in a little bit. Let's super super quickly talk about survivability in the Division 2. This is kind of the foundation of what we're working on, okay? So player skill and situational awareness aside, okay? So let's put that aside. So your skill and how long you've been playing the game and how great your situational awareness is. Let's put that aside for a second. Time to kill is the largest contributor to your survivability in the Division 2. Simplified, okay, so let me just simplify this idea. The idea is to kill them before they kill you, right? If they're dead, they're no longer a threat. That's easy to understand, right? And with that being commonly accepted amongst the Division 2 player base, some players out there have even subscribed to the idea that there is no such thing as too much damage in the Division 2. And with that, they say the best and the only way to play is with an all red, min-maxed meta damage build. Right? It's the only way to play, and you can't change these people's mind. Okay. Others, however, have evolved a different understanding of survivability in the Division 2 based on an effective, there's a key word there, effective time to kill. Effective time to kill is more like a sweet spot, and if adding more damage to a build makes a faster time to kill, keyword, undetectable by the user, or it does not add additional survivability, then that damage has been deemed to have diminished returns, in which case the build and the user would benefit more from having something else on their build. That is an evolved understanding. A more experienced player understands this. And this is what some of the key people in the community are trying to teach you. And so take these builds, for example. Well, actually, let's just go ahead and jump into some of these builds. Let's put that discussion on hold and let's start to demonstrate these concepts, okay? So anyways, so also one of the things, again, we are going to be working on heavily red builds, okay? So for the most part, crits, most part assault rifles, SMGs, maybe some shotguns, maybe some faster type shotguns, okay? But one of the things that we're going to be showcasing here, and we're going to be testing, because a lot of you have questions on this, is we're going to be looking at clutch. The clutch backpack talent, okay? So it's actually a very unique one, and it's really interesting for damage builds, okay? High damage builds. And so clutch, let's just look at it real quick. So if you are below 20% armor, critical hits repair 2.5% missing armor, okay? Basically getting you back to 20%. That's what it's saying, okay? So if you're below 20%, just crit on an enemy, you can get 2.5% missing armor back until you're back up to 20%. Okay, that's okay. It saves your butt sometimes from going down. That's basically kill them before they kill you. That's what that is, okay? The question is it enough? And is that helpful? And a lot of people focus on that part, and that's why a lot of people don't like clutch. It's because they're reading into that, and they're like, oh, clutch is crap, blah, blah, blah. And the truth is, because it's in many cases, it's not enough. 1v1, it can be, and many times it is. Okay, as long as you're aggressive, you keep shooting, you keep critting, you landing your shots, that kind of thing. 1v1 it is. But if you're playing heroic content, PVE, against many enemies, typically like 50 enemies per control point, give or take, then in many cases you have 3 or 4 guys shooting you at the same time sometimes. And so that's not going to be enough. They're going to break your armor if you're trying to run around just using the first part of clutch, okay? But where clutch shines is actually not the first part. It's not. Like, I don't even give a crap about the first part. I mean, it's okay. It's a nice little bonus, but it's the second paragraph where the power is in this backpack talent, which is why it's good. And which is why, unfortunately, a lot of ignorance out there in the community, not saying that in a bad way, but I mean, like, people just don't really understand this backpack talent, dismiss it and don't use it. But really, it's almost, and I'll emphasize the word almost, it's almost 100% armor on kill. 100%. Okay? And so let's read it. Kills allow you to repair up to 100%. Now, it can never reach 100%. It's always like 99.999999999%, but let's just, whatever, right? It doesn't matter at that point anyways. Same thing. Allows you to, kills allow you to repair up to 100% armor for 4 to 10 seconds based on your number of red core attributes. So basically what it's saying is the more red cores you have, the more powerful clutch is. Okay, so it's basically gonna extend that timer. So it's gonna give you the 10 seconds. What it doesn't tell you there's so many words missing in that paragraph. It's insane. It's the worst description. Maybe next to Umbra Initiative's description, you know, where there's like, it's basically like a Bible script from Dead Sea Scrolls, you know what I mean, of a talent description. What up, Steffi? What up, Guy? So like it's insane how many words are missing in this. First of all, you got to be critting. It doesn't say that, okay? Not only kills, but you have to be critting. Okay, so you got to be critting on that. And it mentions that in the first part of the paragraph, and they just make the assumption that you're going to understand the crits part applies to the second part, okay? So you got to be critting. And so that's what's important. There's other words in here too that are sort of obvious and they don't really need to be included, but just to help you understand how this talent works, is that you got to be landing shots. I know that's kind of obvious, but let's just make sure that's clear. You got to be, if you're not landing shots, you're not critting. Right? And you only have 4 to 10 seconds to get yourself up to 100%. Here's the other thing. The faster you crit, the more heals you can get inside that 4 to 10 seconds. And the faster you can actually, the faster you use that. So if you heal yourself to 100%, let's just say you do that in 6 seconds, okay? Then that gives you another 4 to 5 seconds to still be using the clutch talent, and which point can now be used as a resistance talent, because now you can heal as you're taking damage and keep yourself up to 100%, depending on how much damage you're taking from how many enemies. Okay, so really good talent. So basically what I'm saying here is, like, to get the most out of clutch, you want to have a heavy red build. Doesn't have to be 100%, but you want it to be heavy red cores. Okay, so the more the merrier. And then number 2 is you want to have maximum crit chance. 3 is you want a weapon, or you want to play into a play style that allows you to land a high percentage of your shots on target. Okay, like no less than 50%, but the more the better. Okay, so you're talking run and gun play style. So you're talking SMGs, fast assault rifles, and maybe even some shotguns that are fast and where you can land a lot of pellets. But yeah, so you want to land a lot of shots, and then you want, again, the faster RPM type builds. Striker, Umbra, Ctars. I guess the Chatterbox can work, the Apartment can work, fast weapons, right? And like, I wouldn't drop below 800 RPMs with this talent. And I've tried. Like, I've tried pairing this with the Backfire SMG, which is around 800, 850 RPMs, somewhere around there. And it just, like, it didn't really do it for me. It was almost felt like it wasn't fast enough. But, you know, I haven't tried it lately. That was a long time ago. I might change my mind if we were to pair it up with something like Umbra Initiative. All right, so anyways, this talent is one that we're going to be looking at today. And the reason why is because, like I said, what we want to do is have high damage builds with sustainability and added survivability without sacrificing, keyword, time to kill. Now I'm using that word instead of the word damage. Do we care about damage? Absolutely not. Do we care about DPS? No way. What we care about is time to kill. And which type of time to kill that you're going to subscribe to is ultimately up to you. Do you want an effective time to kill, or do you want the fastest time to kill? And what is the difference between the two? And do you care? And that is something you're going to have to learn in this game. And we're trying to teach you that in every single build video. And so when I'm talking about this video, when I'm talking about this backpack and this build series, when I say that we're trying to create a build with high sustainability and added survivability, okay, without sacrificing time to kill. And I'm saying that instead of damage, because of course we're sacrificing damage, because instead of clutch talent, we could be running vigilance or the memento, right? Or any other damage talent. So of course we're sacrificing damage, but what we're not sacrificing is time to kill, because our time to kill is going to be so fast. I could run it with vigilance, these builds with vigilance or without vigilance, and you as a human being would not be able to tell the difference in time to kill without computer technical assistance. Slow down, side by side, frame by frame comparisons. All right. And so in the lab where it's a vacuum, it's a little bit easier to tell with still requiring computer technical assistance. But as soon as you go out there in the game, in the open world or whatever, it's like whatever difference you detected, even with computer technical assistance inside the lab, will no longer be detected out there because of all the infinite variables that you encounter, like optimal range, an enemy that's actually shooting back at you, an enemy that's moving, your body flinching when you take damage, so you're missing shots, your weapon handling, your whatever, right? So there's a million situations. How often you're suppressed, you're dead, are you playing solo? Is somebody else shooting that target? There's so many variables out there that affect your DPS. Your perfect little world DPS situation doesn't exist. It just doesn't. You know, so anyways, let's play around with this. Just play around with this backpack. So this is just one of the backpacks. I'm just using it as an emphasis point, but it's not the whole build series is not going to be around the backpack, just so you know. It's just an emphasis point here on one way to get crazy sustainability into your builds without losing time to kill. Again, keyword time to kill, and I didn't say the word damage. All right, so I'm gonna run the Coyote's Mask with this because we're gonna run a crit build. So let's go and do that. And of course, we're not running the Memento. This is gonna give us more crit chance. And so, like I said, you do want to go heavy crits with, since we're running this backpack, at least to start. And then I'm going to go ahead and put on the Chameleon for now. And the reason why is because I really like that 90% additional weapon damage. And then we're going to get 50% more crit chance on top of this. Plus, I said we want a faster weapon, and this is going to do that job. We're going to start with Umbra Initiative as one of our gear sets, and I'll talk to you about the why. One of them is because it's going to give us more damage, lots more damage, right? And I'll tell you what that is when we get it all together. But the other thing is it gives you sustainability, doesn't it? It gives us armor regen as well as even faster RPMs. And so the armor regen is the way we're running it, 8% armor regen per second when we're in cover for 5 seconds, which is going to give us at least 40% of our armor back. So we're going to get stronger heals when we're in cover, which we can still get clutch active when we're in cover too. So clutch can be active in and out of cover. All right, so off the bat, off the cuff here, without doing anything, we're at 100. We're going to be at 175% crit damage at the base, and then the chest piece from the gear set is going to give us another 100. So we're at 275% crit damage. We got max crit chance, okay? And I still haven't loaded the rest of my crit damage on this thing. That's right, Sick Jim. And the Ctar with preservation is another great way to go to. Very good point. And we are going to be running the Ctar today. The rail splitter is another way to go to because it's going to give us more accuracies. Again, those are shots landed. Do I not have my other Ctar with me? I might have moved it to my other character. I'll grab that actually before we go out because I do want to showcase. I'm going to showcase Ctars, assault rifles, and SMGs in this, and then, like I said, also some shotguns. Like the mop is an easy one to run. Even the ACS is an easy one to run because, you know, you can get in a lot of crits, right? And healing is crits. So we're going to try all of these. We're going to try all of these. Any of these could work. The tsunami could work. The mop could work. So you get additional heals and damage. So Let's see here. Let's just get this in order, and then I got to jump to my other character. I forgot to grab that Ctar. Sorry about that, folks. What up, Black Will Money? Lady Death would be fun. And that's the other way to do it, too, is bring in, like, you bring in heavy damage, like the Chameleon, which allows you to open up another talent for heals, right? Exactly. So let's move this one to crit damage. And so we're also going to be looking at... things like Bloodsucker too. So we're gonna look at some resistance things, but for the most part, resistance is a form of sustainability. But for the most part, we need to make sure we get our heals back up to 100%, or be able to finish the content. Okay, I think we almost got this right. Let's add crit damage without having to stop to throw on an armor kit or something like that. All right, crits. We're gonna have a ton of crits on this thing, by the way. Let's see where we end up. Okay, I think that's everything. Let's just make sure we got crit damage everywhere. Acmo Hunter, appreciate the sub, bro. What up, Kabuto Killer? All right, yeah, crits are everywhere. Okay, and then, so we're at max crit chance. We probably have more crit chance than we need, but there's nothing I can do about that. We're going to be at 200% crit damage before the chest piece, and then 100% more. So we're going to be at 301% crit damage. And then we're going to have the 40% heals, and then 90% weapon damage when we get our body shots. This is going to be insane. Right, and then we got clutch for more heals. We will be probably running a shield. I figure... I mean, we got a couple of things. We could run Gunner. I might start without Gunner and go... Firewall first, actually, and then Gunner can give us obviously the 10% armor on kill. So Gunner's good. Gunner's got a lot of things going for it. So you get the ammo, you get a rate of fire increase by 5% on kill for 5 seconds. So that's a nice little buff. And then you get 10% weapon handling when you're not moving, but we will be moving, I imagine. So this is one way to run, and then of course the 10% armor on kill. So that's another on top of clutch, right? So clutch is on kill. And so this will help speed that clutch up. So that's helpful. But we can also go firewall. We are going to be using the shield. And then with firewall, we can get more damage. And like I said, we want this to be a heavy hitter. So let's start with firewall. We're going to need the shield a little bit. We're going to pop it in and out. And that's because, you know, we have no major resistance, and you want to be able to make sure that you can take a punch, and the shield helps absorb a little bit of that. Not a ton, because it's going to be a paperweight. So we're really not going to want the shield, okay, to absorb a lot of damage just because we can't afford it. So we'll start with this, and then, you know, if we go Gunner, we can use the Banshee Pulse, which is also helpful. And then if we wanted to add more heals, we can run the drone here, which is probably not a bad way to do it either. It's like the same thing as running the the armor and kill, because this is always going. Okay. What up, Smurf? David, what's going on, brother? Okay, let's real quick. Yeah, Borg, and that's a good point. The bleed healing is great. That's great. True Patriot is a little bit of a team deal. You know, so you know what I mean? It does work in solo gameplay, but it really is subpar when it comes to the total damage that it's putting out. You know, so you know, but in team it's acceptable because you're buffing your team too. Or if you're using it as a hybrid for skills, then you're buffing your skills too with that amp damage. But as a solo build, you know, it's sort of just kind of all right. True Patriots is sort of kind of all right. But it does work. It is effective. And so it is fine. You can definitely use it in solo gameplay. But, you know, you might like Heartbreaker better, you know, or Umbra or whatever, you know. But yeah, that chest piece is absolutely amazing. So let's make sure we bring that too. That's another one we will be looking at. And what we're talking about, the chest piece is, I might already have it in my stash. Let's make sure. Yeah, the Ridgeway's Pride, that gives you 48% armor regen. You know what was funny is somebody commented on my video the other day that the cap in this game on armor regen is 6%. And I thought that was funny for some reason. But because I was just thinking like Ridgeway's Pride is like 48% armor regen, like you know what I mean? And like if you run like the Memento with Murakami and 2-piece Golan and then 1-piece Bellstone, and then you put armor regen on every piece as a secondary attribute, that's way more than 6%. It's funny the comments you get out there, huh? Anyways, so yeah, we will be looking at that, but right now we want to look at pull some weapons over here. So fast weapons, I guess we could look at these also. I mean, I never used the Bullet King, to be honest with you, but it's worth a look, I guess. And then Urban MDR, let's see, we want Ctar. There we go. So there's a Ctar with rate of fire. There's another Ctar, damage targets out of cover. The Famas is fast, we'll take that. You can get away with the Police M4 actually too. I've used it, but that's fine. I think that's fine. Let's take this MP7. That's pretty fast. And then of course, you know, our beastly vectors. We'll take those. Let's get ready to fire. We'll take that. And then shotguns. There's a black market. Let's pull that in. KSG with preservation. No, too slow. 612. Maybe. Tactical Super 90. Yes, it's fast. I don't know if it's fast enough though. Small bag. All right, I think that'll do. What kind of pushback? I mean, the Doctor's Home technically works too, right? Eagle Bear is kind of in the realm of what we're doing, but okay, that's good. No, there's no way to buff clutch outside of red cores and crits in RPMs. So yeah, it's not considered a repair. It's its own thing. It's sort of like the mask, and we're gonna look at the mask too. The Catharsis. The Catharsis is its own thing, and it's really confusing, right? Because the Catharsis drops a heal. You're like, well, it's healed, so I can add income and repair skills, except it's its own thing. It doesn't come from a skill, it comes from a talent. So if it comes from a talent, it's very rare that you can buff the type of heal. Sort of like True Patriot, right? You can't buff the heals from True Patriot. You know how you can shooting a white flag marked target, you know, kind of thing. So, okay, so let's go ahead and grab a Ctar with this actual setup also. I think it's a good one to test. Some of the other ones will be obvious. I think the Ctar and the Ctar, and what's the other one I'm looking for? The Vector. Those are really fast weapons, and so I want to showcase speed on this one. Fast crits, fast heals. That's what we're looking for. I'm just wondering if I want to actually take off the damage talent. I don't think I do right now. I think I'm going to leave the damage talent on him. You know what I mean? I'll go ahead and put clutch on this one. I mean, preservation on this one. Because right at first, we're just going to be showcasing that. The question, I guess the question stands, is clutch enough? Right? No, Brooks, the explosion from True Patriot is based off of the enemy's total armor. So it's based on how strong the enemy is, how strong their armor is. Good question, though. Good question. So, hey, really a decent map today, guys, if you haven't seen. Oh, a couple of things before we get out there. So, yeah, so decent map. So we got Empress International, knee pads, and look at this, guys. Foundry. I put out 2 really good Foundry builds over the last 2 build videos, and one of them snuck in there. That's a brand new build, guys. No, I don't think it's ever been done before. So I saved it somewhere. This is that build. This is the one-shot kill build with 1.8 million armor on a Foundry. It's amazing. I might do a separate build on it, video on it, because it's pretty good, but that's in the build that is pinned at the top of the chat. It's build number 4, and I've been wanting to make it, and I finally got all the pieces for it. So really fun. Anyways, you can farm for that build or the other Foundry build that I put out in the Juggernaut video. And so anyways, there's 2 Foundry builds that are tank DPS builds. Anyways, you got, if you're looking for Fox's Prayers, that's good here. And then you got Hannah U, which is, you know, all right, I guess. And then there's Umbra Eclipse. Okay, so I also have that Eclipse build, which is build number 3 in the Bulwark Bully series. So basically looking for Eclipse with headshot damage on it. So anyways, decent map. Also, but I wanted to tell you guys to look at the vendors. Okay, so particularly the clan vendor. And I don't think anybody's mentioned this today, so I'll probably have to put a post. Here we go. Look, a really good y'all backpack. That's really good, guys. Okay, y'all is very valuable. Y'all is a Dark Zone exclusive brand. You can only get this in the Dark Zone, but every now and again, one pops up in the clan vendor. And when it does, you want to farm the hell out of it. Okay. And you want to farm the clan vendor. I do this every time I remind you guys every time I see one of these. So a lot of you know what's going on when I say that. But if you don't, you know, let me explain it. Okay. But first of all, look, y'all gives you 10% hazard protection. And this is going to get, this is a really nice gear set for PvP builds, also against hunters, and very helpful against, or when you're using things like the backfire or something like that. Also for some raid builds. Anyways, you got armor regen here and crit chance already on it. So you could put crit damage there or make that a red core and just optimize your crit chance. It's got opportunistic. So this could be really good with the Scorpio, and the Scorpio is really good against hunters. So this is a great hunter team play backpack. Okay, where you can get 100% disruption resistance against the hunters. In other words, they can't jam your shield or any of your skills. So you could run the Scorpio shotgun for opportunistic, and then rifle and a shield, and go for 100% hazard protection using Xenogetica and other stuff. So really cool backpack. But basically what you want to do, okay, is you want to buy the item. Okay, you want to buy the backpack. And then what you want to do is you want to buy 1 million of them, okay? And then you're going to crush it, okay? You're going to deconstruct it. What do you get? Y'all Gear Synthetic Penna. And so you want to load up on that until your resources on Y'all Gear are full, okay? So there's my Y'all Gear. I have 12, okay? You can have 1,000. So now that you have Y'all Gear, okay, you can now craft Y'all Gear in other gear slot spaces. Going over here. So you can't craft it everywhere, but I think you can do, let's see, can you do chest pieces? I don't remember if you can do chest pieces. Yeah, you can. So for example, you can craft yourself a chest piece. I'm not gonna craft it because I don't need one, but you can craft a chest piece. You can craft, I think, holsters. Anyway, just go around crafting all the Y'all Gear pieces that you want. And very valuable Y'all Gear, just so you know, is has crit chance and crit damage already on it. That's what I recommend doing. Get Y'all Gear with crit chance and crit damage already on it, or one that has hazard protection already on it, this is probably what you want. Okay, so you want Y'all Gear with hazard protection, and then the other attribute being something like crit chance or crit damage. Something like that. But anyways, you just go around and keep crafting until you get what you want. Keep buying y'all backpacks and deconstructing it. All right, so yay. All right, Blue Jedi, what up, man? Thanks for subbing, bro. 9 months. Appreciate that, man. All right, let's go test this build. You guys ready to kick some butt? All right. So I'll try to do a post in my community tab on YouTube too, reminding people of that. You got a week to do it. It's a little boring. Just sit there and buy things and craft things. I get it. That's why it's just like when I do it like a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit here. Because I can't, I'm not very good at doing the farming exploits. I get really bored. Like for me, like many of you I know are like me. Like I just want to play the game, man. I want to go and kill things. I don't want to go into normal mode on the manhunt just to farm XP. You know what I mean? Like it's just not fun. Like I didn't really enjoy floor 10 either. You know, it wasn't very fun. I mean, sometimes it's okay if there was absolutely nothing to do in the game, but that's pretty rare for me to not have anything to do. You know. I always have something to do. Always a build to run or a build to have fun with. You know what I mean? Or something, you know. I think there's a bunch of heavies here. Yeah. This will be a fucking fight, huh? All right. It's gonna be a fight because we're starting off all the way in the back too. So let's get some stacks. Yeah. Gotta adjust myself for this gameplay. I'm running headshot builds. Nice. Fucking dick. God, I'm dizzy as fuck. Let me get out of here. Jesus Christ, I'm dizzy. I hate that they added that dizzy to the fire. You know, it didn't used to always be there. Or if it was there, it was really subtle, and then this one day it was like really noticeable. And it was just like, just this last season, or maybe season 9, I can't remember exactly, but look at that. They're bringing in, now they're bringing a resource convoy. Fuck. It's gonna be a fight. We're gonna probably run out of ammo before we can get to the front. So we got the kill, but we're taking damage from somewhere else. I don't know where now. You see the heal? You see the heal on the crit? It's not very obvious right now because I'm hiding from that grenadier. So you know. If I run out there, I'll get my ass kicked. There's too much heat. Fucking dick. Got him. We fucking shred though, huh? You know I'm gonna miss my memento trophies, right? I cannot live without my memento. My memento. Oh, I hate when they go over there. Watching our heels. The one thing is, this is kind of funny, but if the enemy dies too fast, you know, we talked about that, right? So, okay, so this is where you have diminished returns, the diminished returns concept. So if your power is so strong that the enemy dies so fast that you can no longer crit on them, then you're not getting the most out of your clutch backpack, are you? So they'll get tankier in the second wave though, so I'm not worried about it right now. Look at our heals though, right? So we're getting it all over the place. We're getting in cover and out of cover. Fuck are they? What's the shield? Thanks to that. There's nobody in that room. So there was our kill. So now all we have to do is crit. Watch the healing. Somebody hiding in there. Yeah, do you remember the old Berserk clutch? I missed that shit too. That was one of my favorite builds in the game, man. I used to run that. I think I used to run it with the Chatterbox back in the day, if I remember right. Yeah, so the clutch backpack used to be the meta in the Division 2. Then they changed the gear. So basically, you always want to be shooting with this one. You know what I mean? You just always want to be shooting. For stack reasons, for healing reasons. For shield reasons, because your shield's not strong, so you don't want to be sitting there just tanking it, you know? Healing. Do you see the heals right there? So you can do just two types of heals, right? There's the shit. Bad angle. We've got the now we got the heal on kill, so now all we got to do is crit. She's dead now. You need somebody to crit on. There we go. See that heal? And every time we get a kill, we refresh that timer. Gotta go all the way over here to get this purple guy. Get up, compadre. You get me killed, bro. So now we got the kill, so clutch is active. So now everybody was shooting will heal us. Not in the back though, not in the back. Ooh, I didn't see her. Ah! She got an angle on me. They outsmarted me, folks. They outsmarted on me. So yeah, there is the question of resistance, right? And so when somebody shoots you in the back, you just don't have a ton of resistance, right? And so you can fix that a little bit with like maybe one armor core. Or you can put on some protection from elite mods and not change your armor situation at all. Yeah, map's looking pretty good, bro. Decent. We got Eclipse. The big ones are Eclipse and Foundry. And then knee pads. Basically, Empress International. Decent. You know, you can make a lot. I like farming Eclipse and Foundry because they make a lot of. We'll be looking at more Eclipse builds today as part of this series. Some red. I'm sorry, not Eclipse. Foundry. Some red Foundry builds. Yeah, you got it right, Sebastian. Good prediction. That's exactly right. Like, that's what's cool about Umbra, right? Is that it gives you what's cool about Umbra is that it gives you the heals, but tons of damage. Tons, right, guys? It's not a little thing, the damage. I mean, you got the 30% RPM buff, and then you get the 100% crit damage, and then you get the 40% armor regen over 5 seconds, which is, it's not just once, right? So if you take your 40%, okay, let's say you're at 0, you take your 40%, you get out for 5 seconds, you kill something or whatever, you just move. To get back in cover, you get your 40 seconds again, or however many stacks. You don't have to be out of cover for 5 seconds. If you're out of cover for 2 seconds, then you can get your 20%, right? So it's like you're always taking heals. You're always taking heals from Umbra. And so it's really nice. It's a really nice way to play. Okay, so let's look at what if we add Catharsis. So remember I said, like, well, we could use just a little bit of resistance, right? So let's add 1 blue core. But Catharsis gives us 30% weapon damage, so we're going to lose the 25% crit damage. But, oh, I forgot to add that into our equation, by the way. So we had, what? Do we have crits right now on our gun? We shouldn't. But I think we're at, where are we at crits wise? We're at, it's changing right now, so it's kind of confusing, as you can see. Let's try again. See, every time I look, I think it's changing. So let's let that timer go out there at the bottom. Okay, that's close enough. So let's say 175 plus 50 from the gun, so that's 225, plus 25% from Coyote, so that's 250, plus 100% crit damage from Umbra. So this is 350% crit damage. Crazy, bro. Crazy. 350%. Come on. Right? Come on. And then you get the 90% weapon damage, and then you get the damage bonus standing in front of the enemies. So my point to you is, were we missing the 25% damage from Vigilance? And if I put Vigilance on here, could you tell the difference in time to kill? And if you can, is that difference enough to improve our survivability? Or does it do anything for us at all? Questions, questions, questions. And the answer, I'm just gonna tell you, is no, 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 and no. No, you wouldn't be able to detect it. And because you can't detect it, of course it doesn't add any additional level of survivability to our build. And that's what we mean about there's a sweet spot, effective time to kill. You know, killing an enemy, an elite enemy in 1 second, or killing an elite enemy in 1.000000000000001 seconds is the same thing when it comes to your survivability. And so what helps, what ends up being the better build, is the build that allows you to increase the frequency in which you are able to apply damage, and the build that allows you to increase the duration in which you're able to apply damage. So if you got a build that has crazy high damage, but you don't have the sustainability or survivability to not be suppressed as much. In other words, like, you're so weak, every time you take a shot, you get suppressed, then that build isn't helping you clear content quickly. You'd be better off with taking off a little bit of that power and adding on some level of survivability without sacrificing time to kill. You won't even notice if you do it correctly. If you do it correctly, you won't even notice that you removed damage. Let's delete some of these things real quick. Okay, so we're gonna, what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw on the Catharsis. All right, that's gonna be next. That's the modifier we're gonna do next. That's right, Ashes, and Vigilance would be down a lot. But, you know, but I'm okay with that. I'll let you know. So he's saying, like, he makes a really valid point, which is like, well, Vigilance would be disabled, so there's that, which is a really good point. It is a very good point. The truth is that, well, one, I'm running the shield, so that's going to protect vigilance a lot, unless we're getting shot in the back, of course. But the other thing is, I'm okay if vigilance is disabled. I usually just want it in the first few shots. I want it for the advantage in my time to kill, in my DPS. You know what I mean? So when you step up to the enemy, I'm going to shoot first. That's my goal. My goal is to shoot first. I know if I shoot first, it greatly increases my level of survivability versus shooting second or third or last, right? So I'm gonna shoot first. And by the time that enemy starts shooting at me, because either I stagger or my gun is so fast, I am through half my mag, easy. Or maybe at least 25% of my mag. Let's just say that, right? Because they're usually dead by the time I get through half my mag. So let's just say I'm through 25% of my mag. And so that means that vigilance was active to at least that point. But the reality is that when he does get a shot, he's going to be shooting my shield. So I never really lose vigilance that way. But let's just say I don't have my shield for whatever reason, then yeah, vigilance is disabled. But that's okay because he's just about dead anyways, and I don't even need it. And I don't even notice it. I don't even notice that it's disabled. What up, Blue? Reaper Hawk, what's up, bro? Yeah, Emmeline's Guard too. Emmeline's Guard, I do have that somewhere. So that, I think it's in my stash still, but yeah, that'll be part of it as well. Yeah, totally, perfect preservation. And it's got a nice RPM on it too. But for the moment, let's go ahead and swap out to the mask. Now the problem with it, you know, we do not have problems with this mask. One of the questions is gonna be, you know, how often is it going to kick out that that heal, right? And is it going to be frequent enough? But if it does, we now have 3 types of heals on our build, plus the shield resistance that's also giving us damage. So now we have clutch, 40% armor regen over 5 seconds or 8% per second, and crazy heals. But we also added a level of resistance and a little tiny sliver of armor regen. But I will tell you that incoming repair that you see there is wasted. So even though Vicious Cycle drops heals, incoming repairs does not modify it. All right, so it won't modify it. So we're gonna, it just doesn't do anything. So that incoming repairs is if you're running a repair drone, which we are. So that means it is buffing our repairs, but only from the repairs coming from our skill, which is the fixer drone. Yeah, so basically we're making a build. We are actually making a build, right? And so there was nothing wrong with the last build at all. We were fine, right? But we went down at the very end, and it's just like, wow, you know, it would have been cool to be able to take a couple of more punches. If I could, I would have won that fight. But the reality is that we won every fight. But the truth is you have to play a little bit more careful with when you're running just this pure red build, because we know that you just can't take the punch, right? Clutch is active. Why is he not dead? I just thought I had him right there. Where is he at? There's somebody behind me somewhere. Oh, there they are. Those red guys just don't live very long, do they? So I never really build for the reds, the non-elites. It's because no matter what build you run, they're never a problem. They just... Oh, we got the heal. You see that? Yay! Let's go stand in it. Clutch is active. Clutch is active. Yeah, so real easy to activate clutch, right? Real easy, just get a kill. And killing is not hard for us to do. You know what I mean? So it's my pleasure, you know? It's my pleasure. That's what we're doing. That's what we're good at. We're an all red build. Whatever gun you run, that's up to you. It doesn't matter. Go Kingbreaker. This is good though. I like the extra little bit of girth to our shield. It'd be interesting to run Technician with this too, if we want to make it an even stronger shield, get the skill tier, and also power up our drone. That'd be interesting to run with this, and then go Kingbreaker and get a very strong gun that doesn't need stacks. I don't mind the stacking on this build though. Everything all happens pretty fast. Active. Active. So we're just refreshing clutch over and over. And I'm okay with my time to kill, as you can see. Remember, we added a tank piece. And how do we feel about our time to kill? Can you tell? Does it feel slower to you or faster? You know what I mean? Well, I missed all my shots. But because she's fucking slippery and it irritates me. She is super slippery, bro. It irritates me. She gets you to miss so many fucking shots. It's the way her little cartwheels. Lost all our stacks. I gotta rebuild those. Feels good. I feel more confident with the shield. I'm less afraid that it's gonna break. So the shield takes more punches. And then with the armor and the stronger heals, we also take more punches. So, you know, I think that armor core basically really goes a long ways. So that happens a lot, me running outside of that heal circle. I outrun it a lot. Where the fuck are they? Let's look at the heals. Fucking dick in this foam. Oh, what? Oh, who'd I miss? I didn't see him. Where'd he come from? Migs, what's up? Get over here, lazy control point. Wearing all green, dude. All right. You see what happens? Like, I like to drop my shield a lot and I get shredded when I do. I think it'd be good to have a little bit more resistance. I like to drop my shield so I can run faster, and that's what I'm missing. You know what I mean? It's not so much. So there's two ways to fix that, which is really interesting. So So one is to add bonus armor or some sort of level of resistance, right? The problem is that we're running high red builds. And so we really don't want to add on this build anything more than 1.1 million armor. Okay, so 1.1 million armor we'll say is today's cap, okay, on armor. And that's because that's most people's comfort level is about 1.1 million. But, so putting on bonus armor, if we were to load on bonus armor, then, you know, that requires a certain level of armor for it to be effective. Now, 1.1 might be enough, you know, if we run like Bloodsucker or something like that. So there's that. The other thing is that you could just load on protection from elites without loading on any more armor, and that'll allow you to take more damage. Is that enough? Right? And then the other thing is the weapon. Okay, so we could change the weapon and be like, well, how does changing the weapon help you drop your shield? Well, the problem is that it's the shot pattern on like, and it's like, it's the chameleon plays out like a vector, right? The chameleon basically plays out like an SMG, like this vector. If you look at their damage drop off, the chameleon's a little bit longer, but pretty damn close to the same, as you can see. But the chameleon is longer, but not by much. And so with that, plus the shot pattern, the way it fires is that you really don't feel effective at long range. And long range for the chameleon is like 15, 20 meters, you know? Like, I feel like I'm missing a lot of my shots. I have to reload to kill him at like 15, 20 meters with the chameleon. The chameleon, you got to be in real tight for it to be effective. Now, if I were to roll to another weapon that shoots more of a stream, like the Ctar or the Kingbreaker or the Police M4 or any of these other assault rifles, then I don't have to drop my shield because I can land more shots on target a little bit farther out. So the bullets run faster than I do. So I don't have to drop my shield because I'm going to kill that enemy without having to reload as much. You see, so there's a trade-off there. It depends on how you play and what you feel like you need. But we should have won that fight, really. We really should have. But that's the thing. It's sort of my play style. I feel the need to drop my shield to pack it away so I can run closer so that I can land more shots. And so that's kind of a weapon thing more than anything. Otherwise, you know, if I can be doing that a lot, then, you know, add more resistance. So we could do both. We could do both. But otherwise, it works out pretty well. Just don't drop your shield as much as I do. And you'll be okay. I saw it coming before I even did it too, which was funny. It's like, I'm gonna drop my shield and I know, look at that max crit chance we just got. I was like, I'm gonna drop my shield and I know, I was like, I'm gonna take a shitload of damage right when I do a watch. And I was like, yep, that's exactly what happened. But I wanna get there faster, you know? So adding power without, or like, how do we fix that without losing power? Or we don't care about power, but time to kill, right? And so let's try something real quick. We'll reset that. I'm not sure which news you're talking about. What's going on, Wolfpack? Which news you talking about, brother? I mean, I was up on things up until I started the stream, so. Shadow, most people, okay, subscribe to the Police M4. And it is my overall favorite assault rifle in the game. And I've tried them all, and I basically use them all at some point or another. You know what I mean? I mean, there's some I just won't touch. But I keep them, you know, even though I got stash issues, but I keep them, all these assault rifles, because I still know they're good. You know, the Ctar is one of my favorites for heroic, like running and gunning for speed, but it's not my favorite because it doesn't have scope. You can't equip a scope. The Police M4 is one of the most popular ones. Now, it's not the strongest, it's not the weakest, but it's perfectly balanced, and it's got a full set of mods, and that's why people like it. It's on the higher RPM side too. So the Kingbreaker and the AK are two of the strongest assault rifles in the game, but more difficult to use, which is why not everybody goes that way. Some people do. Some people are just like, I want all power, I'm gonna go that way. Some people go, I want all speed, and they'll go with the Ctar. And then the other option is the Famas, which I don't have here at the moment, it might be here. The Famas is another one, here it is. The Famas has the best DPS, it's the fastest. And it holds a scope and it has full mods too. But more people choose the Police M4 over the Famas because the Famas has a serious kick and you can miss a lot of shots with it. And so, which causes you to reload. And so people, even though the Famas in the testing range on a piece of paper says it's stronger, many players find that they perform better with something different, and a lot of the cases that's the Police M4. A lot of people also do the Honey Badger, which is the named Honey Badger, but it looks like this, the Honey Badger, and then the other one is the Carbine. I don't have the Carbine here, but the Carbine 7 is also pretty popular for the same reasons. But I'm not a big fan of the Carbine. Like if I was to go that route, I usually go with the P416, which is the Glory Days. But anyways, most people like the Police M4. It's right there. It's right there, you know? So for Heartbreaker, the Chameleon can work as long as you have some sort of pulse. And so you can run the Night Watcher mask to get your pulse. And then you can run whatever gun you want. So this Night Watcher mask here, if you want to run the Chameleon with Heartbreaker, is going to be important. So you get this mask real easy to get. Just farm Hela Guard or masks, and you can get that. Now, yeah, damage to targets out of cover is better. What up, Brian? Okay, where were we doing? Oh, Technician. So what we're going to do is we're going to run Technician. So what Technician is going to do is make our heals stronger, make our shields stronger, give us access to the laser pointer, giving us access to 20% amplified damage and the Kingbreaker. Okay, so let's try this real quick and see if it improves our performance. So notice I got repair skills here, 10% more healing also. So we can get the skill tier. All right, we're gonna get the skill tier plus 10% more healing. We can get both those things. So let's also make sure we have, let's take off shotguns. Let's make sure we got SMGs just in case we do that. Let's activate that. Now what we lose, I'm sorry, is the damage from the Striker Shield. So we lost the Striker Shield damage. All right, so let's see if we could tell or if we care. So now we're taking 27,000 heals per second from that. And then we're gonna have a tier 2 shield now. Stronger shield. That doesn't give us additional damage, however. But we might not care because our time to kill might be where we need it. Now our crit situation is about to change here though. So we're gonna have to rebalance the build because we're not gonna have enough crit chance probably. Yeah, we're at 40% crit chance. So now we got to rebalance. Usually still works out okay though. $53, 115. That's good. We'll leave it there. Actually, no, we need one more because it's actually a lot more than that. Okay, let's try again. So we're gonna be at 200% crit damage. Okay, so the gear set's gonna give us another 100%. Let's go give this a quick try. So what we're going to be getting is basically a damage that, well, we're going to get more consistent damage. So it's a 20% amp damage on a higher base weapon, okay? That doesn't need to stack. So it's just going to be active. It's always going to be active. So that's our advantage there. But also we're going to get a weapon that can stream better beyond 15 meters. But what we might notice, okay, so we're gonna have to pay attention to, okay, is remember I told you about clutch that the faster you crit, the more you get out of clutch, correct? So we now have a slower RPM weapon that's going to be, it's base 650, but I think it's probably going to push to probably close to, you think probably close to 900, maybe 850 or something like that. We'll see. 30% more RPMs, whatever that ends up being. So. Oh, right on, Wolfpack. Yeah, I saw a headline that mentioned that, but I didn't read into it. That's good to know. Yeah, I didn't think Division 3 was in the works at all. The people that started that rumor are probably the same people that are updating us against that rumor. I bet you. You know what I mean? People are like, Division 3 is coming, you know? And now they're probably putting out a video that says Division 3 is not coming. It's like, but you were the one that said it was. You started the rumor in the first place. You know what I mean? Quit starting rumors. Quit speculating. You know what I mean? It's just like, fuck, you're confusing everybody, man. Well, the problem isn't that, is that they get their hopes up and then people get pissed off when it doesn't happen, right? Funny how that works. Yeah, I like the FAMAS with, oh, I got a scope. I didn't want a scope. I'll take that off. Hold on. I like the FAMAS with fast hands. I really like fast hands in this game. So we put crit chance here. That's gonna push us up. Hold on a second. Sorry, guys. This might kill me here. Yeah, sorry. No, it's not really bad, Shadow. I mean, here's the deal. If you're going to use the chameleon, it's going to be the only weapon you use. The reality is. Okay, because you don't want to switch out of the chameleon. Because then you're going to lose all those stacks. With the chameleon, you don't want to switch weapons. And so a lot of people, when they use Heartbreaker, for example, they like to use ACS shotguns to get their stacks. The problem is that you can't switch weapons with the chameleon to use your ACS shotgun. So if you're going to use a chameleon, stick with it. So yeah, it doesn't really matter where your secondary weapon is in that case. If you think about it. You see how my accuracy at range is like way better. It might be hard to tell from your perspective because you know you're not the user, but it's true. And the funny thing is that the Kingbreaker is not an accurate weapon, really. But it's still more of a stream. So if you don't, it doesn't have to be the Kingbreaker. I just chose this one. But it can be, you know, you could use the Police M4 or the FAMAS here. I'll get down. Oh, it's chicken shit. So we heal through that. So the second wave should get a little bit more tough, but yeah, you do have to look at the type of content you're playing and how strong your build is on many talents. You can have the issue. It's a funny issue to have. It kind of goes along with can you have too much damage thing in the Division 2, but yeah, for certain talents you can also have too much damage. And so if you're killing everybody so fast that you can't really get a crit out, enough crits out to heal, then you got too much damage for clutch. You know, and you might be better off with a different heal. Dropping my shield, as you can see. See how I do that? I do that a lot. Apparently at my own peril. Shield comes back nice and fast. Shield is danger zone. It's always this part of the fight that gets tough, doesn't it? On these little red builds, out of cover red builds. The boss +1 always seems to be the little tough part. I can feel a little so in this case, I can, it appears as though I got a slower time to kill for me. It seems as that being the case. I can feel a little bit of a lag there. And I think part of it might be because we're not getting much out of the Catharsis anymore. I mean, we lowered our crits a lot, right? We lowered our crits by basically 100%. Which is crazy. It still works though. Appreciate you, Steve. Nice words, brother. Nice words, Steve-O. So this version is just kind of like, okay, I mean, it got the job done, but I wasn't impressed, you know? Okay, so I'm gonna abandon this version. Works, run it if you want. Not my style, that's all. I felt like, although like our first build like felt way better than this one, even the second one. It's just the time to kill, the RPM thing just made a big difference. I felt like we were moving a lot faster. This got the job done. I liked that the gun performed better at ranges, at more range. It helped me take out some targets without having to leave my zone. Let's test that Ctar though. So we got Ctar with Optimus, and then did we run? Yeah, let's just try that one first. So Ctar with Optimus. Where's that put us crits wise? 60. Okay, so that's good news. We can load on some more crit damage. I really like this. Used to be my favorite gun in the game, actually. And then I decided it wasn't because of the scope thing. That's the only reason that stopped it from being my favorite gun in the game. Which is crazy because it's got the lower base weapon damage because of its RPMs. So like if you look at it, if you compare it to like the police, see the police M4 is just a little bit slower, but a little bit stronger. Now I got expertise on the police, so keep that in mind. And then I don't have the Famas with me right now, but we'll check that one out in a bit. Let me just delete a couple things real quick, and then let's see how the Ctar goes on. And now right now we're just running a damage town. That's what I wanted to have, but we can also put more heals on it too. And we're gonna go down that road. We're gonna try the preservation road. Preservation road. There's no damage to targets out of cover cap. There's no damage to targets out of cover cap. And as a matter of fact, it's so limited on how to get damage to targets out of cover in general without looking at a particular build. I do say load on as much as you can. Hey, do you notice that clutch is still active? Look at that. Is that clutch? What is that symbol? No, that's not clutch. Is that the mask? That's the mask, isn't it? The gold, the orange symbol. I don't have any stacks right now, so I don't know if you could tell the shot patterns, the cadence of the fire in the beam, the recoil pattern, but this one's more of a beam. And again, we're running Optimus, which is kind of a vanilla talent. I actually like running, you can think I'm crazy, but I like running measured with this gun. The rail splitter used to have perfect measured on it, but yeah, so I tend to say, yeah, max damage to targets out of cover, just throw it, because you can only get it on your knees and your weapon. There's no other place where you can get it. Like you can't get it off of like a brand talent or anything like that, where damage to armor is more accessible. You can get it in more places. The biggest cover buff comes from where'd you come from, dude? I don't like you. I can't see. I can't see. You see, it's interesting how your weak point is really your shield. It's funny how that works, right? Like if your shield breaks, I mean, you're just effed. There's a heal. Uh-oh, that's somebody behind us now. We need our stacks. God damn it. Yeah, I feel weaker with this one. Feels a lot weaker. The Chameleon felt better out of all of them. It's because, like, it might take you a few seconds to get those stacks, but 45 seconds having those stacks, you can do a lot of destruction with it. You know? I prefer the apartment. I really like the apartment. Actually, it's a great gun. I'm not a fan of the safety distance. It just doesn't work out for me. I don't think logically it makes sense. I have the problem with the logic behind it, you know? Because it's like, well, okay, so you're going to use the talent to turn an SMG into an assault rifle, why not just run an assault rifle with a damage talent on it instead? Because the MPX of the Outsider doesn't have a special RPM. It's at like 850, right? And so you can run a Ctar or a Famas and get 900. So you get a faster RPM out of those weapons and run a damage talent. Where the Outsider, all the Outsider does is increase your optimal range, basically turns it into an assault rifle, where you could just run an assault rifle with the damage talent. So you're running basically an assault rifle with no damage talent when you're running the Outsider. However, what it does give you is high crit chance. There's the actual advantage. The downside is, though, at the cost of something else, which in assault rifles is usually damage to health. So it's not free crit chance, it's a cost, and you lost damage to health for it. Which is definitely a loss in assault in legendary content. On heroic, it's not the worst loss because you know, non-elites aren't really that hard to kill. See, I don't really like that time to kill right there. I mean, it is effective, it does work if you don't go crazy like I am right now. I can fix it. So a lot of it's the mask in this one. And that's because, oops, I just blew myself up. The mask doesn't kick into heals. And when it does, it doesn't kick into heals frequently enough. And when it does, I'm not around to get it, half of it. You know what I mean? And I can't just stand there like a tank. Right? When you got the Catharsis with the tank on a tank build or high armor build, it's okay because you can take the heat and then heal through it, where this one just doesn't have the resistance to take the heat. And so it's okay to be out of cover, but you want to be moving. And in that one, you just can't, right? I mean, in this one, you just can't with the Catharsis. You got to stand there and soak up the heals, and that's just going to get you killed. You're going to lose any benefit of it, right? Survivability is movement. Movimiento is vida. Anybody know what movie that's from? World War Z. Brad Pitt. Movimiento is vida. No, but really is with these builds, right? You gotta move. That is real. You gotta get them to miss shots, right? You gotta get them to miss shots. You gotta get yourself from keeping yourself from being flanked. So, but with this gun, the good news is that you are able to do a little bit more damage at range. You got a nice cadence to your weapon, a good shot pattern. We just took heals, and then I'm on the move again. And I'm reloading, sadly. Oh, I missed so many shots right there, bro. There's so many shots right there. That's the problem with the RPM, fast RPMs, right? You can really miss them. When you miss like a lot of rounds. So our armor has broken twice, okay, in the last couple of engagements. And we're healed, which is fine. But none of that heals came from the mask. So you see the mask, and it does kick in, but it's so infrequent, it's like unreliable that way, right? You forget you even have it, as a matter of fact. Good gun, though. Oh, come on. I got there. Fuck you guys. How dare you? How dare you drop me to my knees? Yeah, a lot of people don't like the apartment. Yeah, isn't that funny, Brian? Yeah, you're not alone. Some people don't like measured. I like measured. The funny thing is, like, when it comes to measured, even though the back half of the mag is stronger with its total weapon damage, it's just like, yeah, but I do so much damage in that front half of the mag. It's insane, you know? It's the front half of the mag that I'm looking for. I do more damage in that front half than I don't even get to the back half of the mag. That's what I like to see, you know? Crit the heal. So we had double heals here. There, we were healing, and now we're back to 100%. So we were healing from the little bit of regen from Umbra, but most of it was clutch. Because there's a little nuance with Umbra, right? So, like, it takes 5 seconds to heal with Umbra, all the way up to get its full 40%. The reality is it's actually 6 seconds. It's actually 6 seconds. And the reason why is because there's a mechanic in the game where it needs the first second to detect if you are in cover or not. Sadly. You know what I mean? So if you look at it, if you notice when you get in cover, it takes a second, literally like a second before you start healing. You know, so. What up, Kevin? Micker. Yeah, so like, you know, going back to the AR conversation, you know, we were talking about the police M4s and people really liking it, and it tends to be the one that's easily adoptable and performs really well, and people perform really well with it. And I'm one of those guys. And, you know, and I like the Ctar, and, you know, the Famas is okay. The P416 is okay. But I really come to really like the Kingbreaker in the end. For a long time, I didn't, you know, because of its handling issues. And, you know, I've run with the AK before and whatever, but for a while, and, you know, it was okay, but I would always put back on my Police M4 and go, oh, that's right. That's why I love the Police M4, because it just does everything the AK can do, but faster. You know, that's how it was before the Kingbreaker. Literally, I'd go do Legendary with an AK, and I'd be like, oh, look, I'm shredding. Oh man, I'm crushing this content. And then I'll do the same mission with my Police M4 and be like, wait, I just did everything I did with the AK, but I did it faster. I cleared the checkpoint faster, you know? And so I always go back to the Police M4, even though I know these other weapons are stronger. But lately what I've done is I've just spent more quality time with the Kingbreaker. You know, doing like solo legendary and stuff like that, and just kind of getting a better feel for it. And so you can adapt to your weapon, you know. And so if you give any of these weapons a try and stick to it for a while, you know, then you'll be able to manage its recoil faster. You'll adapt to it faster, you know, and you know, still not gonna make it 100% accurate or anything like that, but your performance will get better with it over time. And so just, you know, give yourself the time to get used to some of these weapons, the strong, out of control ones, you know. And basically, you know, when it comes to getting used to them, okay, there is a difference. So like the Kingbreaker versus the Famas, I don't have the Famas here, but the Famas, you know, again, also has stability issues. I mean, it's a wild beast. But you can get used to it, but the reality is it's much more difficult to get used to because it's got such a fast RPM that by the time you adapt or get control of the weapon, you will have expended a lot of your magazine. Not many bullets left because it's going so fast. So if it takes you a fraction of a second to adapt and to finally get in control of it, you know, that's 50% of your mag maybe, you know, where the Kingbreaker is slower and it takes longer to expel its mag. So you'll get in control of it and have more bullets in your mag left than the Famas, which means you will land more shots with your Kingbreaker than your Famas potentially. Depending, obviously it depends on distance. If you're standing in front of an enemy, then there's a good chance you're gonna land like 90% of your shots, right? But you know, give a little range and things change. So we don't need that. So let's put on Gunner. We don't need Technician is what I meant. Okay, so what I did is put on 10% armor on kill. And then what we noticed is that we really outperformed the Catharsis mask. So that's the problem with the red build. Okay, so I just want to make sure that I was clear there. So I was explaining it earlier. Okay, so the problem is that Catharsis, and this we already know this about the Catharsis. Okay, so we wanted to try it here to see if we can layer different heals or whatever, but it's not that the Catharsis heals aren't strong. They're actually really strong. It's 5% armor regen of your max armor for 10 seconds. And so 5% armor regen is a lot strong. Okay, but the problem is that with tank builds, you can really make use of that 10 seconds because you can stand there, sort of just stand there and absorb it. But with the DPS all red build, you don't have the resistance to just stand in that pool of heals. So as you're healing, the enemies are just taking it away. The net is you have no armor at the end, right? So you come out of that 10 seconds of heals with no armor, and that's if you survived. That's if you survived. So it's basically like not having the regen. It's like you got no net benefit, because they just healed you just so that they could take it away. And so it's and that's because it drops the heals, and you got to stand there, and it could drop it at any random moment, right? If you're in cover, well, that's great, but you're not in cover when this thing usually spits out at you. So you're basically outrunning the heals because you know you can't just stand there, and so you're getting shot at, and so you're moving along. It drops the heal, and it's like, you know, 20 meters behind you, and you're like, oh shit. So then you turn around, you basically take a detour to go pick up your heals from Vicious Cycle, you know, and which in turn is basically just taking more damage to get heals, and then you come out the same or with less armor because you went back for your heals, you know, while the enemies are shooting you out of cover. So it just ends up doing more damage than good. There's a 30% weapon damage, you know, which is okay. It seems to be pretty steady because it's not, I mean, you'll break your armor at least twice before Vicious Cycle spits out. So that means, you know, although it's not, there are little increments in damage buffs from Vicious Cycle, at least it's sticking around for a while because it's not purging very often. But the reality is that you get the most out of Vicious Cycle if it is purging often, which is why it works really well on tank builds like a Foundry build, because you want it to constantly purge. So go from 0 to 30 stacks, 0 to 30 stacks, 0 to 30 stacks constantly, right? And then give you those heals at the same time. So it just doesn't really work. Again, it's the resistance that's missing. And so you just got to have more armor for this to work, or more stronger passive heals. So that's got to go. That's got to go. So we're going to get rid of that. Well, actually, before we do, let's test out something else. Another way to do this, okay? This is on the docket too. So the Bloodsucker. So Bloodsucker is another way to do it. It's more proactive than whatever it's called, clutch, right? Because clutch heals you after the fact, where Bloodsucker prevents damage, right? So we're gonna run this one, okay? So it's also a Cheska, okay? So it's also gonna be a Cheska. Let's put it on, and then we're gonna load up. We'll take the armor core with this one, so that's gonna drop our damage a little bit. But we got 1.1 million in armor now, so that's the cap. So none of the builds we're gonna look at today is gonna go over 1.1 million. We discussed that earlier. So. And on top of that, we're now running Gunner, which is going to give us 10% armor on kill. So we're going to get that, and then we're going to have the heals from this. So Bloodsucker is killing an enemy, adds and refreshes a stack of 10% bonus armor for 10 seconds. Max seconds 10. So what's really cool is that once you get to the peak of this, you can just maintain it throughout the rest of the mission. It is sort of hard. I find it does refresh several times because you just can't move that quick. To try to maintain this like all the way through. So it does reset. I don't like that, but you know, what are you gonna do? Okay, so let's put our crit damage on this thing. Let's see here, where are we at? 60. Where is this thing at crit damage? So actually, we don't need Cheska, as a matter of fact. We don't need Cheska. We would actually be better off with Grupo, but I don't think I have a Grupo where I can put armor on. I mean, we don't have to have the armor. It's just that it's really hard to get some serious armor behind this. I could put on Bellstone. See what happens if I put on Bellstone. Where does my crits look like? Because we got too much crit chance on the build is basically what I'm trying to tell you here. Well, I got a Bloodsucker. That's a good one right there. Actually, 5% more weapon damage. I could do that too. Not that we need more weapon damage, right? You're probably like, what? You don't need any weapon damage. I know. Fenris could do that. Also, it'd be a red core though. All right. I like the idea, Wolfpack. Improvise all red builds. Like, would you put protection from elites on it or just all red improvise? I like it. Like, are you talking about like leveled damage? And so, if so, I think it's a very smart way to play. And so, like, there's two. What we're talking about here is like, there's the meta build, right? There's a layering of damage concept out there, right? So like some of the strongest damage you can put out there is when you got damage to targets out of cover, on top of damage to armor, on top of crit damage, and then all the other buffs you have on your build. Okay, but we're talking about crits, damage to targets out of cover, and then damage to armor. That's great. Like, you can get really high damage numbers on that. But what if you're not shooting at a target that has armor? What if you're shooting at a target like a Chunga? He doesn't have armor. So your damage to armor slot is now no longer useful. What happens when you're shooting at a target in cover? Now your damage to targets out of cover slot is now not useful. So one way to play in this game, and you can be very successful with it, is to neutralize your damage so that it works on everybody you shoot, so that you're always getting the maximum value of your build on every target. And we're talking about, instead of damage to armor contractor's gloves, instead of Fox's prayer knee pads, just load on more crit damage. And so, you know, it's basically like just applying, you know, your time to kill is going to be kind of leveled out between, it doesn't matter what color the enemy is, right? And so the reality is that it goes back to what we talked about before. It's just that I'm telling you, like, if you run this build and you run it with crit damage gloves, okay, like a Grupo glove, and then you ran this build and ran it with contractor's gloves instead, so that you had the damage to armor. The reality is that it doesn't matter which one is higher and which one is lower in damage. The difference in time to kill is negligible. You won't even be able to detect it. So the added damage to armor doesn't really matter. It only matters on paper. You know, it only matters on paper. And same with the Fox's Prayers. You know, it's because we're going to the testing range and we want to achieve the highest damage our build could possibly make, but we never put it in context. We never say, well, that only buys me a millisecond faster time to kill, but only on some enemies, not on every enemy, only on some enemies, you know? And so it's just like, you know, you know, you got to put things into perspective. It's more like, well, how do you want to play? What is statistically more of an advantage? Okay, let's put on this backpack real quick. And see where our crit chance is. So good. So we're still at 55. So remember, the gun is going to give us 20% crit chance. So we're way over crit chance here. The reality is that we want to get rid of that. We don't want that crit chance mod right there, actually. Let's see if I have one that's... Actually, let me see if I have one that's got no crit chance on it. It's okay if we roll this way, but... Crit damage. There we go. That one's perfect. So we got extra armor regen. And then what I can do is... I like that one too, by the way. Put on Wicked. Now, Bloodsucker. I don't have perfect Bloodsucker, sadly. The other way we can go is the Walker piece for more damage, but the 5% weapon damage isn't really going to make much difference on this build. You know what I mean? We could do that, but it's just like, yeah, I got 90% weapon damage off of the gun. Like, I don't care about 5% weapon damage. So we're going to take this one, and then let's put on... So now we can get the 1% armor regen happening underneath the build. Okay. Bloodsucker. So we're basically using the Catharsis mask, just so you know. We're basically using the Catharsis mask for its armor core, because we already talked about, we know that we're moving too fast for the heals. Okay, but we're gonna give it one last shot here to see if this this bonus armor that we're gonna get can make a difference. But not, it shouldn't, and that's my prediction. The reason why is because it's the shield that we don't want to break, right? And the bonus armor doesn't protect the shield; it protects your body. And the bonus armor isn't going to be able. It isn't going to be able to. You still got to move a lot, or they're going to take it away, right? So let's see. Let's see if that's the case. I like that. That's a good build there, Wolfpack. So you basically... It's really interesting what you did. I wonder, though, I just to say it, like... Could you achieve more crit hit damage by running Umbra? You know, because if it's 100%, and it's also going to give you crit chance, and then you could put weapon handling mods everywhere also. I don't know. I don't know if that math works out, but I like the idea. That's basically what we're running here, right? This is all crit hits damage. Crit hit damage, 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 crit hit damage. Running the gun for crit hit damage, of course. 50% crit damage, and then 90% weapon damage. Where are we crits now? So we're going to be at 190, 290. All right, so 290 crit damage. Let's go give it a try. I got to say, I like the 350 crit damage. So my old clutch build, in case you're wondering, was with Striker. So, you know, then we go to Striker too, right? So Striker is going to put out more damage than Umbra, less heals though. And so with Striker, what we would look at is a scenario where we basically got to move faster, ultimately, I think is what we'd be looking at. But the good news is that you lose the mechanic of having to be in cover like we are now. So our armor's peaked up a lot faster because we now have armor on kill also, not just the clutch. So now we got 10% from, and we got our bonus armor, I guess, too. Let's not forget about that. But to really get use out of this, you really got to chain kill. See, as you can see, we already reset. See how Bloodsucker's not working for us. You really got to do a good job of chain killing with Bloodsucker, and that's the tough part. Okay, now we're in zone. But there's benefits. There's benefits. It's resistance. We're gonna pick up a lot more resistance, even if it's not all the time. Sometimes. Love my time to kill. It's before our stacks. I hate when they hide back there. That's an annoying spot to hide. There's our second kill. Third kill. So now our armor's starting to get a little bit girthier. Aw, fuck you, dude. Look at the heal. So we got our heals off of that one. And we're probably gonna lose our bonus armor here. See, yep, we lost our bonus armor. So it resets a lot, so that's what I don't like about it, is it's like, oh, we worked so hard to get that. And then when you need it, it's not there. And what I like to use my bonus armors for is to allow me to drop my shield. The build feels great though. Well, I think a lot of it is a little addition to armor. You know, now that we're running 1.1, we still beg to ask the question about, is the Catharsis mask working for us enough? Now we got max damage out of it at the moment, so I like that part. Look at these fuckers running fast. Do you see how fast they run? Like I can't even trace them with my gun. Oh, great. Squad! 15 months, bro. You're the king. Yeah, I can't get Unbreakable to work for me anymore. I have a hard time with it. I mean, I like it for PvP. But for PVE, it's just like I find that it doesn't work. Like they'll almost kill me, but not. You know, they almost break my armor, but they don't. So now I'm just sitting there with like 1% armor bar. See how she gets you to miss? So you have to chase my heals, and then it gets me killed. That's exactly what we were talking about, right? Perfect example of why the mask doesn't work on DPS builds. Perfect. I couldn't have played it better there. So I went back and chased down my heals, in which I get 2 guys just wailing on me in that time frame, right? And you just can't, not even 1.1 armor, you just can't stand there, even in that heals. Don't have it. So that's got to go. The bonus armor is on this one is sort of like, it's okay. You know what I mean? It's okay. It helps a little bit, you know? I wish you could pull bonus armor off like a mask or a chest or something like that. You know what I mean? Like putting clutch with bonus armor. Oh, wouldn't that be nice? All right, let me see what I want to do here. I mean, but it's not bad, so I'm not giving up on Bloodsucker, but I actually did like clutch better at the moment. We could put another Bellstone on, like an all red Bellstone, and get 10% armor on kill. Let's see which way we want to go. We could do Grupo also. I'm pulling more crit damage. Thinking about it for a second, which way I want to take it, because you could also run the Umbra backpack and pull more heals out of being in cover, which is pretty godly, and then just add some sort of layer of resistance. That's another way to go. Where would we add the resistance? Would it be from the Catharsis and a Picaro? Or would it be improvised and just loaded up with protection from elites? Let's try that. That would be interesting. Oh, what? Where's my backpack? Is it already on me? Okay, so we got armor there. And so so we could go Picaros, pick up armor and weapon damage. So that's an exchange. You see what I'm saying? So like, one way to do it is like, if we go Picaros, and let me find one, that one. So we're not losing any damage, really. I mean, a little bit because of that skill haste, right? A little bit because of the skill haste. But when it comes to cores, we got crit damage, weapon damage, and an armor core, right? So everything else is there. We're just losing that one slot, you know? So that could be good. We could do that for a sec. Let's just put that on for a sec. And then up here, we could go back to the Coyotes. This would be interesting. So we pick up that 25% crit damage because we're going to be playing at close range. So that's cool. And then we could just load up. That's going to supplement our crit damage because what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually load up on protection from elite mods. So we're using the crit damage off of the Coyote to get us back to basically where we were. Now, I don't know if I want to stick with the Picaros. We could also go with the Chill Out Mask and get the protection from elites there. It's kind of the same thing, right? Chill Out Mask could give us 2 protection from elite mods so we don't have to run it on the backpack or something. But we could also put Improvise down here instead, something like that, or like that. That'd be better, right? And then put protection from elites down here. Yeah, let's try that. Well, let's take a look at our oops. No. Yeah, damage to armor is not the worst thing. I just don't really feel like I need it, you know? If it's the damage wise, we have all the damage that we need off of this build. And so what I'm looking for is resistance. And so we got the gunner. I'm not sure if we're going to need gunner anymore. I might go back to firewall and pick up more damage off of that shield. Plus it's a little bit stronger shield. But gunner's not bad because that's 10% armor on kill. That helps too. But these heals might be so crazy right here that we might just be good to go, right? So let's see where our crit damage is now. So we still got 2 high crit chance. I don't like that, but there's nothing we can do about it. Oh, it's that backpack. Crap, it's got crit chance on it, you know? I don't have another one. That's my only Umbra backpack. I might have to go to Umbra Town, huh? Okay, so crit damage, we're at plus 50, plus 25, so we're at 75. So we're at 200 just from the gun and mask, okay? And then the chest piece pushes us to 300. So 300% crit damage. And now protection from elites, we got 39, and then we got 2 blue cores. 1.1 million armor. Let's see how that feels for a quick run. Let's go up here. These are always crazy. Control points up here, actually, aren't they? Kind of a pain in the ass up here. Hey guys, remember I got the latest build video that I dropped this morning pinned at the top of the chat, so be sure to check that out when you get a quick sec. Any interaction you give it would be very helpful to the channel and a great way to support me. Appreciate that. Appreciate that, brother banditos. Brother banditos. I do like our first build. Okay, so the first build is sort of the mark for this. Okay, so build 1, and so we're gonna go back to that at some point. And compared to, you know, if we end up somewhere else, I did like that first build. We were cutting everything down really fast and our heals were really great. We only went down once, and that's because it was a resistance factor, you know, and so that's what we're looking. And so that first build might be the way to go. And the only change we might need to make to it is just adding a little bit of armor for more resistance. And so build 1 was really good. There's nothing wrong with build 1 but the resistance factor. Just being able to take a punch or two to the back and lick it and keep on ticking. Damn, it's a busy little area, huh? Fuck. Can't see shit, bro. I need to put on some goggles. Where am I? I can't. Man, where is the control point? Is it behind me? Oh man, I can't see anything. I literally do not know where I am, and I know this game like the back of my fucking hand. You know what I mean? I literally do not know where I am. It's so weird. It's a weird feeling. That fucking storm, huh? See how I drop my shield a lot? And so the reality is that that's my play style and I need to accommodate for it. You know? I willingly accept damage knowing that I'm gonna recover from it because my time to kill is where it needs to be. That's how I play. Okay, I think I see where I am now. How can they see me? Okay, look at those heals. See those big chunky heals? It's crazy heals. I'm not sure we even need Gunner. We might get rid of Gunner. I mean, it's got the other factors like RPM, but we already got crazy RPMs. Taking fucking machine gun to the back there, bro. At range. Seal from that. Watch the heals. Boom, 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 boom. I mean, nothing gets better than that. The catch is, of course, you got to be in cover, so that's the cost. But damn, right? Time to kill is great. Of course, you know, so it's got to be said, of course, the memento solves all of our issues, right? You know, I've been avoiding that comment for like an hour now. An hour now. And I'm not joking. every problem that we've encountered with any of the builds all would have been solved with just by adding the memento. But I'm purposely not using the memento because it's not so much the build, but it's the topic. It's the topic of discussion, which is like how to create builds with max damage or time to kill is the words we want to use today, with effective time to kill and effective time to heal in order to play your play style, which in this case is aggressive, fast. That's why we call them fast. What do we call it? What do we call them? Rapid red builds. Because the idea is to play fast, clear fast. And so it's not kill fast, of course, is part of it. But when I say clear fast, it's a bigger discussion than kill fast. All right, so clear fast, in my opinion, is more important than kill fast, but they are intertwined, so they can't be compartmentalized or isolated as two separate things. They're together. You clear fast because you kill fast, but you also clear fast because you heal fast. So both of those are related, and that's because in the Division 2, you're always taking damage. When are you not taking damage, right? Healing. Oh, not this lady. So there's our survivability. So that was our time to kill, right there. Saving our butts. And we're back to full armor. Get us in position to spawn kill. And I drop my shield, of course, as I do. Just helps me move faster. But... and also, I don't want that shield to break. That's pretty important. So yeah, I'm willing to take some body damage. Especially since we know we have unlimited armor, really. You know? As long as you pop back into cover, which we got to do anyways to get our damage stacks, we got unlimited armor. Fast time to kill right there, right? Fucking missed everything. This build performs well. And that's because it's not expensive, those heals. Those heals are not expensive at all, right? And so the question is the backpack, the Umbra backpack, more valuable than clutch? I'm looking for another Umbra backpack. I need a better one. That's why we're here today, folks. The one I have has crit chance, and I need one with crit damage, so we're missing damage on the build, basically. Where are these fuckers? Going for the fucking... they love to go for that minigun, man. They're hooked on it. There's more or what? There's two of them right there. Jesus. How are these people still alive? Where'd they come from? There we go. Yeah, it is a tough control point, don't you think? Norman? Yeah, I like the weather changes. I do wish we had snow in the Division 2. I do wish that. I do wish we had snow. I want to leave my footprints, you know? Okay, so here's a backpack. What's it got? All right, that could work. We could run with that one. That's what we needed. I don't like this zone at all. Like, I don't like how spread out it is. I never fight here. I don't like... There's no good jump off points, you know? Ooh, I want to fight that, though. See if we can get there. We're gonna make it. They're almost to their... Got it. Oh my god, I missed all those. Haha. Don't lose that shield. That's how you die. I don't think you should be able to take that shock when you're running the shield, right? What's up with that? No. Fuck, it switched weapons on accident. Fuck. Big fat thumbs. Oh, there's somebody back there. I fucked up, man. All because my big fat thumbs. Okay, let's go over here. Okay, so we're gonna add a little bit more damage because we're missing some on our backpack. Because we don't need the crit chance, so we're gonna load up some more crit damage here real quick. Okay, let's see what gear we got. So 2 backpacks, good. Ooh, that one's max rolled, so we'll take that one. We can dump that one. Ooh, that's not a bad backpack. Crit damage, headshot damage with vigilance on an R and K. Okay, so on this one, crit damage. I know, Miker. It's really true. Yeah, I'm purposely avoiding the memento with this build. I'm purposely avoiding it because it's so good. It would like, if it like adds so much value to the build. I mean, you get, check it, guys. If we just with a single memento drop, okay, if we ran a memento, kind of move things around, we would probably be getting 25 to 30% weapon damage boost on top of the 30% weapon damage. We'd get the bonus armor, at least 10% bonus armor per kill. And then, like 30% bonus damage per kill is what I meant, on top of the 30% weapon damage. Stacking that, right? And then we get a stronger healing drone. We get a 2 skill tier shield. Crazy. It's crazy how strong that backpack is. It's ridiculous. Stronger heals, stronger shield, and a 3% armor regen to happen as we're going. It's the ultimate backpack. Damn you, backpack, for being so good, huh? Yeah, but today, no, we're exploring some of these other talents because Clutch is good. Clutch is good. And it also gives a look. Some people don't like to run, even though the Memento's great for group play. Some people aren't comfortable with it. And so it's cool. I was thinking the Picaro's holster. So we're running this at the moment. But the Picaro's holster, I was thinking could also be even better. I was just thinking this a second ago because, you know, when it comes to crits, this, although the one we're running right now is giving us crit damage, weapon damage is there for us all the time, where crit damage is only there, you know, the added crit damage, I actually might not be as useful. I guess that's the best way I could put it. We're always running maximum crit chance, so we're actually pretty good on our crit damage. So crit damage does work, but, you know, to power up our non-crits, the 15% weapon damage is going to be helpful. That's going to help. The 15% weapon damage helps our crit damage, but it also helps our non-crit damage, which is 40% of the time. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. So it can balance out your build a little bit by running it that way. And then it's like running a 6 tier. So let's just try that real quick and see what we think. But it does come with the cost of a wasted slot, and that wasted slot is a skill haste. A little bit helpful, but not very. And then we need to add 1 armor core because I think we decided that 1.1 armor is worth it. And then before, I'm gonna go ahead and go to load up on crit damage first, okay? And then let's just run 1.1 million armor without without protection from elites. Okay, let's do that. And a lot of that's because of the shield. That's why I'm doing that. So how do we add armor on this build? That's the question, huh? We might have to get rid of the coyotes to do that. And so the shield, you know, we're not taking as much damage to our body. It's our shield that's at the biggest risk. And so the protection from elites, you know, is... let me see here. I could run this Grupo instead. So that's this is giving us 25 plus 24 is basically 50%. Where that's gonna be 24 plus 36. This is way better. Let me see if I have another Umbra somewhere. I don't have a lot of extra Umbra pieces, so maybe I'll just craft one real quick. We just need one with crit damage. Let's see, let me just make sure my holster is... I bet you it's the holster one that I can re-roll. I bet you. It is. See that? The holster's the one I can roll armor on it. And so, boo. Okay, so we're gonna try for something else like the gloves and the knees then. Oh wait, there's one. Beautiful. Cool. Never mind. All right. Now we're at, that's a nice place to be. Cool. The Dark Winter will also perform very nicely with this, by the way. I have found that like when it comes to these builds with the Chameleon, like I've tested like, you know, like the Ctar and the Famas's and the Polices and the Kingbreakers, everything like that. But I feel like the next closest thing to the feeling that the Chameleon gives you, like as a shredder, is the Dark Winter. In other words, that SMG, right? Like it gives you 50% crit hit damage, just like the Chameleon does, but it gets it easier and it maintains it basically the whole way, right? And so it doesn't give you the 90% weapon damage, but you have more RPMs, and that sort of makes up for it, you know, because you have 1200 RPM versus 900. So it sort of makes up for it. And then it gives you all that crit chance too, just like the Chameleon. So I feel like these really are, not just because they're the same base weapon, but in the game, they're the closest too. And so if I decide I want to not run the Chameleon for some reason, or, you know, give people an alternate to the Chameleon in case they don't like it, the closest alternate is actually the Vector over another assault rifle. Gives you that same godly feeling. Skits, what's up, Skits? Skitsy the Schizo. I don't think they updated the map. I think it's all the same. Besides the loot. The loot changed today. Tuesday reset day. So it might look different because, you know, of the invaded. So the invadeds change missions. They rotates the missions every week when they reset. That might be what you see different with the red outlines. Clutch versus the Umbra backpack, which is better, huh? That's the question. And so the non-perfect clutch is one to try. So we're gonna run this 1 or 2 control points, and then we're gonna go see. We're gonna put back on clutch. You don't need the perfect clutch, all right, guys? So it's nice to have, but you don't need it. Like, especially if you're not looking for a crit chance, which we're not. We're not looking for crit chance on our builds because of the Chameleons buff. Get me out of this foam, fuck. Fucking foam. I died from a red guy. You like Slaughter 2.0 over the original Slaughter? So are you running Spotter Blue? Are you running Spotter? Oh, she just glitched. See, those situations are where clutch would have helped, right? Like as we were shooting, we would have healed. And so that's the thing. Sometimes you just don't have enough time to get in cover, right? Which is where the backpack can fail you. And so we discovered that early on, I think, with Umbra, when we first got the set and we were playing around with it. We were like, and that's why we run it a lot with the Memento, because it does the balancing act of giving you something to heal while you're out of cover too, so you don't have to wait so long to get your heals, or in case you don't have the opportunity to bounce in to cover. Well, she's not gonna like this, is she? Yeah. You know, with some builds, you wonder, is 1.1 million armor too much, too? That's another thing I'm wondering right now. You know? Could we be better off with 900,000? You know, one blue core? Well, actually, now let me take that back. The reality is, because of the shield, the extra blue core is really what you're almost running the cores for, you know. Jesus, the shotguns, huh? God damn it, what? How did my shield up? Shotguns hit hard. I mean, it's like the same shot not only busted my shield, it brought me down to one bullet. Yeah, sometimes I do weekly store resets. I don't always have the time to do it, like, because I put out a different video this morning, but I do them. I don't do them every week. I usually do it if there's something worth showcasing, like there's actually something to show. But if it's just a shitty reset, really, I'm not gonna get saved. God damn it. If it's a shitty reset, it's not worth, you know, making a video to tell you guys it's a shitty reset. Isn't the Anderson XP farm playing on normal mode? Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it on normal mode? True or false? Which is why I wouldn't do it. First of all, I don't need XP. So, you know, it's not that interesting for me, not even for expertise. You know what I mean? Like, it's look. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So to get me to go play normal mode, are you fucking kidding me? You know? It's just like, wow. I mean, if you're a new player, all right. But, I mean, for XP, I'm gonna waste my time. That's like standing at the White House and, you know what I mean? It's just like, that's not even playing the game, man. It's just not playing. For XP, XP is that valuable that you're gonna go waste your personal human time? You can go spend 4 hours playing normal mode mission, you know, normal mode. It's like, what? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's why I never really got behind the floor 10 thing either. I mean, or floor 100, as a matter of fact. Like, I mean, a couple of times I did it, but man, there, you know, I don't feel that productive. I'll just put it that way. Because the reality is that it's not, the game is designed to give you enough XP, you know what I mean? Just by playing the game. So, you know, but I get it if you're like, you know, I really want to get to watch 1000. I get that. You need to watch 1000. But we all know that expertise is invaluable enough to waste your human time to go play on normal mode. So I know you're not doing it for that, you know. And you're not going to get good gear, so I know you're not doing it for that, right? So, like, I guess in case you're really desperate for resources, but I think you're just better off creating a second character to do that, which is also playing on basically normal mode. And I hate doing it, which is why I still haven't done it with my fourth character, reset my fourth character. I haven't done it because I'm dreading it. It's the same thing. Like going back to New York to reset my 4th character is the same thing as going to fight Anderson. You know what I mean? In either case, I want to shoot myself in the face. You know what I mean? Like, because the reality is like, guys, don't we just want to play the game? Isn't that what we really want to do? Play the game, have fun, get good at it. And I feel like going to hang out and playing on normal mode when you're a heroic legendary player is besides the point. I mean, if you're like watch 2,000, 3,000, what do you need your that much XP for? Is there a rewards track you're farming? I don't get it. I don't get it. You know what I mean? I mean, I get it when you're like a new player and you want to get to level 1,000. You know, that's the only time I understand it. Or red stars. If you're looking for just a shitload of red stars, I get that too. Actually, global events. So I totally get that. And I think that's the most, if there's anything about floor 10 that was absolutely amazing, that's what it was, right? Because you're like, look, we all know the best gear in the game comes out of those named item caches, right? I mean, in many cases, named items are better than their exotics versions, you know? And so I see the value of running, you know, floor 10 or whatever, even an Anderson exploit, so that you can get shitloads of red stars. Like, I see the value of that, you know? Is we like, it sucks, it's boring, but I'm gonna come out with some amazing gear, some horrible gear, and some amazing gear too. You know what I mean? At the end, it's not a guarantee, and so that's the shitty part. You're still subjective to RNG. And so it's a risk to spend. I've always seen it that way. It's a risk to spend a week of my gameplay time. You know, and then at the end of that week, you know, with my 2,000 red stars, get nothing but bullshit. You know what I mean? Come out with like one thing. You know, it's like, fuck, what a week. You know, what a week. So that's like the risk reward there is sort of like, for me, that's a personal thing. It's just not for me, the risk reward. And the reality is because I'm here to play the game. You know, I'm here to play the game. Have fun. But we all have different fun. So that's why I'm not judging, because, you know, my definition of fun isn't the same as your definition of fun. You know, some people like love glitches, right? And they love using glitches and exploiting. I mean, I don't get it. It's like, why do you want to buy a game so you can cheat? You know, but some people like it. Okay. You know, some people like it. That's why glitch videos are really popular, you know, but just because it's not for me doesn't mean it's not somebody else's bag or whatever. But anyways, my point is it's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna go to normal mode. You know what I mean? Like, I rather put on a sniper build and turn on some directives and play heroic and just snap some heads off. You know what I mean? And if it's not a sniper build, then it's a Hunter's Fury build with a 12 gauge shotgun, or, you know what I mean? Or an M870, you know, kind of thing. Or it's a pistol build, you know, where I'm blowing heads off, or using the Liberty or the backfire, whatever. You know, builds that allow you to run directives. I'd rather be challenged than just, the XP is not that important to me. And I don't have a big watch, guys. I know if you're new, you're like, oh my, look at that 9,000 watch. It's not big. That's not a big watch. That's a tiny watch. 9,000 is a tiny watch. Why is it tiny? Because I don't do XP exploits. I just don't do them. I don't need to. I don't see them. And I have all the gear that I can dream of in the game. There's nothing I want or need. You know, and so it's like, and if there was something like the XP exploits isn't going to get it for me, because it's so rare, that item that I need, that I could open 1,000 named caches, and I have opened 1,000 named caches and still haven't gotten it, right? And so some gear pieces, that if it's very specific, you're better off not farming for it and just waiting for it to come, if it ever comes, because you will lose your mind trying to farm some pieces of gear because they're so specific. You're like, I need, you know, a Providence gear chest with armor, regen, and skill damage, and you know what I mean? It's got to be, and it's got to have obliterate so that I can reroll the core to blue. You know, it's just like, it's so specific. It's like, fuck, you're never going to get that. Whatever, you know. But we do get lucky, and RNG does spit it out, and eventually you do. But in some cases, you're just better off just waiting for that random day to come. But that's where I'm at with my gear, is my point. That's where I'm at with my gear. You know, because I got everything. I got everything I need, really. You know. And so, like, but there are a couple of things I still want that I don't have. And I can't farm it. You know, I just really can't. It's just like the odds of me getting it are fucking horrible, you know. But the floor 10 I do like better because it's on, you know, it wasn't just about XP, you know. It wasn't just about XP. What was cool about floor 10 is that it was also getting you gear. You know what I mean? It was also getting you gear because you were playing it on heroic, and in our cases, we were doing it on legendary. You know, because we wanted the gear. We're like, hey, if we're gonna do this, yeah, the XP is nice, but we're also looking for gear. So, you know, I'm not gonna waste this valuable time just, you know, doing it on challenging or something like that, even though I can get more XP because I can clear it faster. But because I'm also looking for gear, we're going to do it on legendary, and, you know, we're not going to be successful all the time, but that's okay because we're also going to get really good gear too. And so it's just worth it. You know what I mean? And so we were also still just playing the game, you know, because there was still a little bit of a challenge with it. Even though you can exploit it and make it as easy as possible. I don't mind playing the same thing over and over again. That's not what I'm talking about, you know? Like, I play the same control points over and over again all the time, you know? But my experience is always different because I'm always playing it different. My build's always different. I'm being aggressive. I'm not, you know? I mean, that's the thing. Like, for me personally, and a lot of you will disagree with me here, and that's okay, is that, like, I don't really need new missions or anything like that. Do I want new missions? Of course. But I don't need them. You know, for me, what I need is new gear. That's what prolongs my Division 2 experience, you know? More gear, more build diversity. I can play the same missions over and over and over and over. Not missions, but open world especially. You know, open world's more dynamic for me. But legendary missions, yes. I can play the same legendary missions over and over. You know, we got more legendaries than we can deal with, really. You know. But I do want more content. I'm not saying I don't, but I don't need it. You know, I'm cool with, but I do need more gear. So that's where I'm kind of worried about this new game experience, the Descent, you know, because it's a mission, but it's not really gear based. I am a little bit worried about it, you know, because it's going to give you like these random abilities and like, you know, what if it's just random, so random that it's shit that doesn't help you or isn't fun? Because at the end of the day, surviving's cool. I like surviving, but at the end of the day, I want to have fun. More, the builds, playing your way is what makes it fun. Playing your way. You know what I mean? Like, using, you know, if I love to play with shotguns and I love to play close range and I love to play whatever your way is. That's what makes the fun more way. What if somebody forced you to use a particular build, right? That makes the game a little bit less fun, right? Like, what if you had to use an SMG? What if you hated SMGs? What if the game forces you to snipe, you know? And the thing with the Descent is that, you know, it's not build-based. It's like capability-based, ability-based, you know? And so it's gonna be random per floor or room or whatever. You need to get some ability and you got to make use of it. What if it's just like hazard protection with no damage and it's just like, fuck, this sucks. You know, I worry about that, you know, because they're like, oh, Descent's tough. I want to go in there with this build. And I mean, we don't know how it's going to work, but not truly. But that's all we know, which is nothing. Appreciate you for flip's sake. Yeah, like so many people play Lincoln Memorial over and over again. You're not alone, man. Like so many people play just Lincoln Memorial. You know, it's fast. You get gear at the end of it. You can fight a couple bosses, 3 technically, and so it equates to a lot of gear, right? Quick XP. No, not from Harry. I don't think so. I think power. Funny thing is, it's basically the same. What do you guys think? Like, I think the biggest thing that I mean, there is a the enemy's armor pool is what changes. Really, the enemies don't get smarter, do they, guys? So that's a really good question. He says. What is this question? Where? Sorry, I just lost the question. I just lost your question. Where did I go? Oh, here it is. Is player skill the biggest factor when jumping from challenging to heroic? I don't think it is. I mean, I think that it's mostly like, I think, are your builds in shape, which is funny. You know what I mean? Like, do you have your library filled out? Have you determined, it is experience, you know what I mean? But the enemies don't get smarter. I mean, in Legendary they might, but the biggest difference is the enemies, the percentage of which type of enemy you're encountering. Their armor pool does get stronger, and so that's why your builds need to be in good shape. But as we discussed, not too much. I mean, you don't need to be overpowered. But what really happens is that it's like, if we're looking at just control points as an example, you know, you don't encounter as many elites as you do in heroic. They're much more aggressive that way. You're just fighting 60% of the enemies you're going to encounter, and the control point will be elites. Where in challenging, that's not going to be the case. And on top of that, elites and challenging are going to be less tanky. So I feel like the only part where experience comes to play there is really knowing your build well enough to know when to back off and when to push. That's where the experience is gonna come in, but that's not too hard. But overall, so it's the same level of experience is gonna make you successful in heroic as it is in challenging otherwise, which is the same level of experience is required. And that level of experience is stuff like really situational awareness, which is earned through experience. And that situational awareness that we're talking about is things like knowing where the enemy spawns are going to be and who's going to come out of that door, how many waves before you encounter the boss, you know. And then when you see that boss, do you know if he's a tanky boss or if he's a weak boss that you can face tank? You know, do you know where his weak points are? These are easy things to learn, you know, and most of us don't have to watch a video to learn it or anything like that. We just, you know, we pick it up along the way just from playing against this type of faction enough times to have memorized it or figured it out or to have learned the hard way, maybe by dying against that enemy or whatever. So, but anyways, so yeah, that's mostly it. It's mostly the aggressiveness of the gameplay, but I think everything you encounter is basically the same until you get the legendary, which I would say that's, yeah, definitely a little bit more of a skill. Well, it's more situation. It's more of the same though. I don't know if it's skill. More situational awareness. I think that's the best part. So I think that's the most important word probably here. Probably the most straightforward answer is that it's just situational awareness. Earn that. And you earn that from hours played, you know, and the types of content that you're playing. You're never going to get good at legendary by playing all heroic content, right? It's just like, it's completely different. Your target priorities are going to be different. You a lot of legendary is knowing where to be, where to stand. That's like one of the biggest contributors to being successful in legendary, is knowing where to stand. It's literally that easy, you know. And knowing where to stand is knowing where the spawn is going to be and what comes out of that spawn door, right? So if you know that maybe this next spawn is one red guy, then the best place to stand is in front of that fucking door, and you just blast a hole in his head when the door opens, right? But if you don't know what's coming out of that door and you stand in front of it and it turns out to be a chunga and a rusher, you're toast. You know, an oversimplified situation, but you know, that's what we learn through experience is like, hey, I've learned by standing here that I can put out more shots without taking as much damage. That's what I've learned. And so this is my spot. And we might have different spots. We all might have the same spot in legendaries. And in some cases, they are really the same spots, right? We're all kind of clawing for that same position because we know it's the best one, like this one piece of cover. Yeah, good question, though. Really good question. Made me think about it for a second. Yeah, like Skits, it makes perfect sense for you. Like I was like that too. So Skits is saying, I might watch 600. I'll probably do Anderson till 800 or so, right? And I was the same way. Like when I got my watch, like all I thought about was, like I want to get my watch to 1,000. That's the only thing I thought about. Once I got my watch to 1,000, I didn't care anymore. Because you're gonna get, just by playing the game, you know what I mean? You get these things, you know, you get proficiency caches, you're gonna crush them. I get more proficiency caches than I can deal with. It's annoying, you know? That's free gear that you can crush, right? And get resources or sell it or whatever you want to do, donate it. I mean, you can make a case for expertise though, too. I get that. You know, I do get that. Some people want to get there. They want to get to that 21. They want to grind for it. They're cool with that. They're at 21. You know, but, you know, it's that same old thing, though. Pace yourself a little bit, you know, because then what? Then what? You know? So then let me ask you this, okay? I got to ask you this question. Like, if you got a high watch and you're, which is probably the case if you're expertise level 21, what are you doing over there at Anderson? What are you doing there? I'm not being sarcastic. I really don't know what you're doing there. Why do you need to go to Anderson? If you got expertise level 21 and you got a big watch already, and when I mean big watch, let's just say over 3,000. Let's call that big, all right? So if you're over 3,000 watch and you're expertise level 21, why are you over at Anderson on normal mode? What is that doing for you? You know? That you couldn't just otherwise do by creating a second character. Kind of the same thing. I get that, but at least you get inventory space. You shouldn't be worried about expertise anymore. The only thing I could think of is vanity, right? Having a big watch, you know, for vanity reasons. And that's cool. Just call it what it is. That's cool, man. I get it. You know, like I'm working on my headshot kills. Like right now I'm like 47 in the world, right? and my goal was to get in top 50. I'm there, right? So now my next goal is probably to get to like top 25 in the world, headshot kills. You know, it doesn't mean anything. It's the same thing as a big watch, right? Like, it doesn't mean anything. It's vanity. Like, who cares what place you are in the world, right? Like, I'm 47. That's me right there. 47 in the world on Xbox only, right? Not against PC players or PlayStation. So, you know, does it mean anything? No, not really. You know, a lot of those I've gotten in legendary actually, because I was doing a lot of legendary in my Nemesis, and over and over and over again, solo legendary. I think I dropped like 30 levels just doing that. But if I really cared, guys, like if I really cared, you know, I could just go into normal mode and just go do headshots on everything, right? Like, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, if you look here, nothing here says elite or legendary or anything, right? This isn't heroic. It doesn't matter. It's just headshot kills, and how many? Like Mr. Cool Train here could have done all of his. This could be a normal player guy. His comfort zone might have all been in. He never wanted to get out of normal mode, you know. And so headshot kills on normal mode, level 40, your expertise level 21 with a Regulus. I mean, come on. You know what I mean? You don't even need, you can run with like all armor and blow up everybody's head, you know? And so if I really cared about my vanity stat, then I would just go play on challenging or hard or normal mode and get to number 1, right? But it's not just the, this is me. It's just the vanity things, but I still want to have fun and still be challenged while I'm trying to achieve my goal. You know what I mean? And so that's why I'm doing it on heroic and legendary, because I want to have fun, and it's fun. The challenge is part of the fun. You know, not the stat, not the bragging rights. You know, I don't even think I'd feel good about my bragging rights if I said I did it all in normal mode. My 9,000 SHD points was all over there in normal mode doing Anderson, you know what I mean? But there's logical situations to it that cannot be denied about growing your watch. I mean, getting SHD XP, right? XP farms are important in this game. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand if you're already there, and there is like, we just decided like the floor, let's say 3,000 watch, expertise level 21. Why are you XP farming in normal mode when there's no global event active for you to get red stars? So it's not gear related. You know what I mean? It's like, it's just watch points, I guess, you know? But you can get my point is that those aren't that rare. You know, like if you're an experienced player, getting watch points is just heroic with, go out there and kill some heroic control points. You know, put on a headshot build, get even more XP, put on some directives, get even more XP. Then you're having fun too. But again, fun is subjective. And I realize that my definition of fun is not your definition of fun. So for you, you know, going to normal mode and playing in easy mode can be fun, and I get that. It's just not fun for me. I get that. But so that's where, you know, we're probably just not aligned. It would be fun. Like, I would be interested. I mean, we do sometimes, right? Like, I put together a build. Here's what's funny. Like, you know, so we do these legendary speed runs, right? And we do these legendary speed runs. And when we do those, I usually set my map to normal. Okay. And the reason why we do that is so that when you're out there, like, kind of grouping up outside of the legendary, kind of like running around and like staging, I guess, then, you know, if a random hyena pack runs by, you know, they're not a big deal to deal with and you don't waste a bunch of ammo or an armor kit, right? And so less enemies in the normal world also. And so we do that. And so what happens is like, so I'll say, good night, everybody, whatever. And then the next day I stream and my map is still set to normal. And we'll be here and we'll create this Umbra build, for example, right? And we'll get out there and we'll be playing a control point. I'm like, holy shit, this build fucking slaps, guys. Best build in the game. You got to run this build. And somebody's like, hey, Tux, your map is on normal. And I'm like, holy shit. I was like, no wonder it felt so good. You know what I mean? And so that happens to me a couple of times a month, probably, right? You know, once a month at least. And so it does feel fun. It does feel good to get out there, whatever. But the reason why I turn it back isn't because I want to show you guys that my balls are big. You know, I got some big balls. Look at me, playing heroic. Look at my balls. Look at my balls. No, that's not what it's about. It's not about that. It's about the rewards that come from playing heroic, right? It's that I want the better drops. I want the bigger challenge. Then I feel more rewarded about my gameplay, about the time I invested in the game. You know, I'm only gonna live so long. I don't want to play the game on normal. You know what I mean? That kind of thing, right? Life is precious, you know? So, but it can be fun to play normal, but the rewards don't line up with that, right? I mean, isn't that the question of a game? Why don't we all just stay on normal mode? What motivates you to push into heroic? Why didn't any of us stay in challenging? What's wrong with challenging? I was having that talk the other day with people. Why do you feel like you need to go play heroic? Why not stay at challenging? I'm telling you though, like no shit thrown to the side, like no, you know, not like I guess what I'm saying, like no jokes aside, like one of the worst things about the Division 2 is its scaling. It's a problem with the game. It's such a problem. There are people that won't play this game because they don't like shooting against basically the Terminator. If I wanted to play against the Terminator, I'm gonna go buy the Terminator game. You know, like I don't want to fight. I'm fighting a human that can take a full mag at max damage. I mean, that's just fucking dumb. It's dumb. You know what I mean? Like, and I get it. It's just like, well, how would you solve it? You know, I know that's complicated. I get it. It's complicated. I'm not saying that, but it's just like my point is like the scaling is really bad, and that is why. And it's so bad. It's so bad that the majority of the players in the Division 2 are solo players, including me. And it doesn't mean we're not in clans. It doesn't mean we don't group up. It means that 80% of the time we're spending our time playing solo, heroic, open world content. And I know that because we poll the community and we ask you guys. Like, I'm not asking whether you group up. I'm asking if you spend more than 60 to 80% of your time solo. I'm not asking if you don't play legendary. I'm asking if you spend more than 60 to 80% on heroic. I'm not asking whether you do missions. I'm asking whether you spend 60 to 80% of your time or more in the open world. And we've asked these questions. Right. And the reality is that we all do. But I believe, nobody ever talks about this and it's a speculation, but I believe, and maybe it's just me, that the reason why is because the scaling fucking sucks. Like, I don't want to run in a 4-man group. It just sucks. It sucks. Have you seen the scaling charts of a 4-man group? It's equal or greater in health pool than elite. Okay, like an elite, a 4-man heroic elite enemy, okay, when you got a full group, is tankier or as tanky. I'm trying to visualize, but it's at least as tanky as a 4-man legendary elite. That's insane, right? That's insane. And in the open world, 60% of them are elites. You're playing against legendary health level enemies, and 60% of them are elites when you're in a 4-man group. And it's really annoying. It's really annoying. And so You know, and every time you add a player, it scales up. So 1 to 2, you know, you add one player, it scales up a little bit. You add another player, now you add the 3-man team, it scales up a little bit. And then when you add that 4th man, it scales up a lot. You know, it scales up a lot. And now you're just like, it fucking sucks. I mean, raise your hand if you prefer to play in a 4-man group versus a 3-man group. Now, I wish my answer was different. I wish I wanted to play in a 4-man. I'm not talking about legendary. Legendary 4-man all day, 2-man, 3-man. I don't even care. Solo, I'll do all of them. It doesn't matter in legendary. You know, you're there for the most difficult content. I expect it to be that way. Okay, but in heroic, I expect it to be more leveled out, right? But it's really dramatically difficult with the 4-man group. And it's not that the enemies are harder. It's not that your builds suck. Those stay the same. Those variables do not change. They're not variables. What changes, well, there's a little bit. What changes is simply their fucking armor. They just become Terminators. And that doesn't make the game more challenging. That makes the game annoying. Annoying. Not fun. Not fun. Right? And so that's why, like, when you put on that global event, I mean, doesn't it feel good to feel powerful? Doesn't it feel great to be running Golden Bullet or Reanimated? Doesn't it feel good? Why don't they want to allow us to feel good? And so that's why we do solo. Heroic is really popular because it's a little more realistic. They're still tanky. You're still outnumbered. It's harder when you think about it. Right, and I'm not talking about an armor pool situation, but it's 1 versus 50, and you got nobody to pick you up. You got nobody to shoot the focus fire with you. The random control point loser dude never picks you up. You know, he gets disrupted by riot foam, yet he's bulletproof. You know what I mean? So it's just like, it's harder. Solo, you got to take on the whole thing solo. It's harder. But people think about it as it's easier because they don't have as much armor. You know, but armor isn't what makes the game difficult or not. Armor is what makes it annoying. Opinion. That's an opinion. But that's the problem. And that's why solo content, I enjoy the Division 2 much more solo. And if I'm going to play in group, you know, 1-2-man group is pretty cool, especially if I'm playing with a player that's similar playstyle as me. And then from there, if I'm going to group up, it's going to be legendary. It's going to be legendary. You know, like, let's just look at Countdown. How many people don't like Countdown, especially heroic Countdown, because you go in there and each enemy is goddamn 25 million in armor. Every enemy, 25 million in armor. You know what I mean? Isn't that a little bit ridiculous? And it's just like, haven't you noticed, like, you don't really feel like if you look at your end numbers, even if you did like really well, it's just like they're not, the kill numbers aren't that great. And that's because it's like you got 8 guys all in a room, and all 8 of them are shooting at the same target, and that's the only way to get a reasonable time to kill in that game, in Countdown, right? In heroic especially. It's like it takes all 8 guys to shoot one guy to get a reasonable time to kill, and because of that, your competition is 1v7 against that kill, and that's going to affect your outcome in the end, right? And how many kills you got, and then at the same time, it's just like, I didn't really feel like I was playing. I felt like we were like a school of fish running around, you know, eating tadpoles. You know what I mean? And then if you do go off on your own, you're like, well, fuck that. You know, I'm gonna let the other 7 guys go run around like a school of fish and eat their tadpoles, and I'm gonna go out here like a fucking hungry shark and go 1v1 some enemies. And you're like, you know, hold on, enemy, I'm on my 5th mag before I put you down. Oh wait, here's one more mag, 6 mags. You know what I mean? And it's just like, oh, this sucks too. This sucks too. I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean? There's no winning in Countdown. You know, and that's why a lot of us don't go in there, but it is a good farm, no doubt. But that's why, like, with Tux, why are you in Countdown, like, on the daily? And that's why. Because it annoys me to go against enemies that have too much armor. It doesn't feel fun. It doesn't feel fun. But one of the ways to get around it are headshot builds. Overpowered builds. So overpowered builds, okay, Countdown aside. So overpowered builds can bypass that, and which is why they're my favorite builds in the game. Okay, I'm gonna change this build while we're talking here. So like they're gonna headshot builds can bypass that because sniper builds, or not just sniper, but headshot builds are the strongest builds in the Division 2. Just flat out. One shot kill, everybody's dead. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need there's nothing left. One bullet, fastest time to kill. Obviously, the challenge is you got to land your shots. But you can play out of cover. You can play shieldless. Because your time to kill is so fast, the enemies don't even, in many cases, don't have the opportunity to even shoot back. And so I have a lot of out of cover, run and gun, shieldless, one shot, one kill builds because of that. They're my favorite way to play. It's like the ultimate end game build, right? And so because of that, I'm looking for a Grupo backpack with, I want Grupo or Fenris. Let me see what I got here. We want to take perfect clutch off and just run regular clutch. That's what I'm looking to do here. If I have the suitable backpack. Guess I can run Fenris. It's not that exciting. Well, that's not gonna work. So yeah, headshot builds are a way around that. So like when even if you're running in 4-man group, you can get your chain killing capabilities and then bypass that whole tankiness thing. Not purely, but to some degree. And you know, and that carries over to legendary and heroic. It's the same. So headshot builds, they're really overpowered in this game, and the devs don't balance it out anymore because they know it relies on landing headshots. That is a challenge, and that challenge is acceptable for the game. So that's why that ends up being in one of my, not just because I love to land headshots, who doesn't, but it does bypass that tankiness. And so sometimes if I'm using a headshot build a lot, and then I go back to an assault rifle build, even the fastest assault time to kill on an assault rifle can feel slow to me. I was like, ooh, that's dangerous to take 1 second to kill an enemy when I can kill him in a microsecond. Huh. I need a better backpack. So I want to run clutch, but I don't want to run perfect clutch because I don't need Cheska. So I can get more power out of my build if I run regular clutch. Now I can put it on a Bellstone. You know, that's okay. But I'd rather have it like on a Grupo or a Fenris or a Walker. But I don't want to lose this Walker because I'm planning on putting armor on that one. So I guess that Fenris backpack is maybe the closest thing I can go with. But it's got crit chance, not the worst thing, but... Oh, but I also need the armor core. Oh, no, we got the armor core down here, so that's good. Let's try this. Hold on. This is going to need to be armor, Umbra. So what I'm going to try to do is bring in the 1.1 million with clutch, non-perfect clutch. So that's what we're going to try to do here. And that's because I don't need Cheska. And the perfect version of clutch isn't really a big deal. Clutch is clutch. And so I want to see if we could play. You know, I haven't done solo countdown yet. I got to try that. Anybody done that? Did they like it? All right, close. There we go. And just throw crit damage on this. See if we like this version. Okay, so still running at 1.1. Still got the Coyote's mask. 151. So we'll be at 300% crit damage with all of our stacks, and we still got more crit chance that we can use. Got 10% more weapon damage, so that's good. All right, let's go see how this one does. And then our shield is that. And then we could also pair. Oh, we had the wrong shield on this whole time. Shit. I always do that. So we were missing all that damage. All right. Yeah, so that last run we were missing a lot of damage, but whatever. What's good, Maddie? All right, so I've been waiting to do this one. This one should be interesting. Again, it's close to our first build. It's still not perfectly optimized. The only thing that so basically what I've changed is, let's make sure our mods are right, by the way. I mean, we added 10% more weapon damage, which is a little helpful, but we added 1.1 million armor. So that's what's changed. And then what we got to check, okay, is with the same build is going with Gunner. Okay, so, and the theory being is that, well, although the firewall shield gives us more damage, our time to kill is so fast, we might not be able to pick up or detect that damage, thereby it's not improving our time to kill significant enough to add survivability. Thereby, there's a diminishing return on the power added by the shield. Either add more armor, which we're not willing to do, or put on Gunner, and instead of more damage, because we have effective time to kill that's fast, get faster time to heal by picking up another 10% armor on kill. That's the theory by checking the Gunner. Come on down. There you are, fucker. Fucking hiding in the corner. God damn it. Bad angle, too. There they are. Remember, we heal while we kill. So with this one, it's not as vital that we get in cover, but we still got to get in cover for our damage anyways. Oof, where'd that come from? I like this one. I like this one. It's just that we're constantly taking heals every in and out of cover, and I like that part. Oh, that fucking turret is gonna fucking shred us, yep. No! Get back in fucking cover when you're dizzy. The turret back there is a fucking mess. Gotta go around. See, it's the chameleon doesn't have the shot pattern for me to take that out. You know what I mean? Like it's takes too many mags because it misses a lot. So you gotta get close. Up close it does. I like this version though. I do. I can immediately tell, like right when I switched over, right when we started. The question, I mean, still got to check the gunner thing, but I like. My point is, I like clutch better than the Umbra backpack. I feel more nimble. I mean, see that one bullet and takes half your armor. That's why armor, you know, we need it for the punch. We need it for a little stronger shield, but it really is, you know, you invest in it and they quickly take it away from you. Fuck. And time to survive on the shield, I even wonder. The reality is I want it for a stronger shield, but how much time is it buying for my shield, really? You know? A millisecond? You know? Oh, where is this guy? He's outside the fence. There we go.
Detecting additional hostile contacts.
Can't see that guy. Where is he? Oh, well, fuck, they're everywhere. How are you not dead? There's a whale on your backpack. I mean, your weak point. That too. Like, how are my stacks not full right there? That's weird. Didn't count them as hits. Damn. Damn, you gotta get right up on them sometimes, huh? How did the fire end up back here? She threw it forward. I know because I fucking moved. Damn her. And look, and now she's way over there. Did she fly? Healing as we're killing. I like it. This is a good build. I like it. I like it. I think this is the way to go. Come some roguies. Get some ammo real quick. Rogues are gonna be harder on the shield because they'll throw grenades at you and shit. Fire grenades and EMP grenades. Dragon! So rogues play out a little bit different with an all red build and a little more cover to cover. They'll break your shield way easy, right? Power wise, you won't have a problem with them, though. Just building stacks right now. As soon as I have some, I'll... See that shield? See all the grenades they throw? It's kind of fucked up, huh? Why am I dizzy? Damn. Tsunami. What up, Canto 1? Or Sonero 21, what's up, man? Yeah, I like this one. Okay, let's try with Gunner and see if we can detect the change in our time to kill. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. And instead, we're gonna pick up better time to heals, which in turn, what we're hoping that's gonna do for us is allow us to stay out of cover longer. The reality is, though, okay, is that with Umbra, this is a gear set reality. So everything we're doing, let me just say this. Everything we're doing can be done with Striker or even Heartbreaker. Heartbreaker is going to give you a lot more survivability, of course, than Striker would, because you can get bonus armor. But my point is, come on, dude, get out of my fucking way. God damn. Forget it. I think that's everything. Yeah. Let's go back and change the gunner. So with Striker, you don't need to get in cover to build damage stacks and whatever. So, so it applies even more to that. But the reality is with Umbra, we have to get in cover to refresh our stacks from time to time. So, the gunner thing might keep us out of cover more, but it might be unnecessary. I don't know for sure how this is going to play out. Or it might help us, might add enough survivability where we feel more comfortable out of cover during that period. So clutch plus gunner. Gunner basically puts clutch on overcharge. And that's because that's 10% armor you don't have to crit on. if I'm saying that, if that makes sense to you. Okay. Let's see here. All right, so now we're back to the normal shield. Crusader. So we're losing that flexible damage and a little bit of a stronger shield because the striker shield is a little bit stronger. So, okay, I'll delete that. Hey Sebastian, yeah. So we're coming full circle, and we're testing back. So what we've figured out is that clutch is more valuable than the Umbra backpack, so that we can heal through damage. So it's not just heals, it's resistance basically. And so that last run was perfect. We had a really good run with the striker shield. So now we're replacing firewall with gunner to see if we have better performance with 10% armor on kill. And more importantly, can we detect the drop in damage? There's a drop in damage because the striker shield that comes with firewall gives you 11 to 12% more damage per enemy standing in front of you. So does that amount of damage make a difference, or is our time to kill so fast we won't even notice that damage is gone, which happens a lot in builds. And so once we perfect this one, which we're pretty close to doing, I think that's the last variable. The other thing is like, do we drop the armor? Do we pick up the armor? That's a big question, okay? The armor thing is a big question, okay? So we're running the armor for two reasons. One might be more important than the other. But we're running 1.1 million armor because we want to be able to take a little extra punch, right? Without getting into critical red health bar, right? So just to be able to take a little bit more punch. Not a lot, just a little bit more, right? Couple of bullets more. But it's also making our shield stronger, which is even more important because if our shield breaks, we get all dizzy and then we're basically dead. Reality is we're basically dead if our shield breaks. So we don't want our shield to break. Okay. But So even though we are at a tier 2 shield, how much does basically 1 million more armor on his shield buy us in when it comes to time? You know, is it 2 bullets worth of time? If so, is it really worth running 2 blue cores for 2 extra bullets to your shield? I'm not sure anybody's ever measured that realistically. And it's kind of tough because you need somebody to apply damage to you in a PVE environment. And so the only way to test that is letting the same enemy shoot at you and recording it and do a frame by frame. But it's difficult because enemies do weird things when you let them just shoot at you. They'll sit there and like reload unnecessarily. They'll just stare at you sometimes. They just do weird things. So it's really hard to measure that, but it's actually a very good question. And I really don't know the answer for it. Like, everything in this game is really related to time. Oh, I hate when they send 2 foamers at me. God damn it. So now we got 10% armor on kill, right? So that's the difference. And see, in any of those cases, we wouldn't even known the difference in we wouldn't have had the benefit of the striker shield because we were at longer range. So right there, gunner 1. And right there, our time to kill was so fast, I wouldn't even notice if we weren't running the striker shield. So non-elites, gunner wins. It's not a big surprise, is it? And so remember, the armor cores are actually weakening clutch. Remember that too. So the armor cores are weakening clutch, but with, I see that. So a veteran, I wouldn't even notice. I wouldn't have noticed. I could tell you right now. The striker shield, I'm not missing any damage. There's an elite. So, and we're talking about damage that you can detect as a human being. You know what I mean? That is the real measure of your build. Boss. So that boss died so fast. You see what I'm saying? Like, we don't notice any difference in the loss of striker. And so it's back. Why? It's not that the striker shield is weak. No. It has nothing to do with it. Okay. What it has to do with is the words effective time to kill. Once you get that time to kill to where it needs to be, okay, it's which is effective, which is fast or fast enough, then any damage you put on top of it, if that damage is undetectable, it's diminished returns. If that damage doesn't add any additional survivability, it's diminished returns. And that's what we had with the shield. The problem isn't the shield. The problem is that we already had enough damage. We were already in effective damage range. And that's basically where we're testing now, right? Is that how much damage is enough? And once we get that figured out, how much added survivability do we need to improve the performance of our gameplay? A little bit or a lot? So the question is, it's still a question, okay? So the question is, how much armor does this build need? And so that is the last probably true measurement of this build. And the reason why is because it goes back to that same question that I said about the shield. Like, is that armor really buying us a bunch of extra time on our shield? Is it really buying us a lot of extra punch time too? Because are we just killing them so fast anyways that are they really getting any shots on this? Are they really? I mean, she got maybe a bullet on us, right? There's somebody back here. Oh, there you are. You see what I'm saying? He doesn't get too many shots off. You know? I mean, we didn't take any damage from him at all. It all went to the shield. And so is that armor helping us? Or is it only in the extreme situations? And do those extreme situations happen enough to make it worth it to run that extra armor? We could just run more damage. Now in this, now that might sound like a contradiction to everything I just said about effective damage, but in this case it's not. The reason why is because our damage is directly related to our sustainability. That's unique for the Division 2. That is clutch. That is basically what clutch is. That's the point of clutch. Is like we're saying, like the more red, the stronger your heals. So in this one, what I'm saying is like we can heal faster if we add more damage. So we can kill faster if we add more damage too. But we don't need to kill faster, we're fine. But we might need to heal faster. And then going into that same argument, we would ask ourselves, well, didn't you just say, Tux, that they're not really getting any damage on you anyways? And so you don't need to heal faster? Also true. So you can go back and forth, right? Like, so do we just err on the side of caution by going with more armor? Right? And I think that would, and that's a judgment call, and it's probably the right judgment call. You know what I mean? So run the extra armor for those extreme situations where your shield needs to be able to take an extra punch. You need to take an extra punch too. Because added time to kill isn't going to help you in those situations in most cases. And that's because those cases are usually about like you're outnumbered, you're outmanned, you're outgunned, you're overwhelmed. That's when I'm going to die. Because as you can see, we're killing everybody lickety split. So when we die, it's because we are in a bad situation that very few people can get out of. So great build. This is where it sits. And it took a long ways to get here. And really, the funny thing is we almost came back full circle to where we started, but that's good. That happens to me all the time, right? Where I'm like, you know, okay, this build is perfect, but, you know, our original problem, okay, with the first build was resistance. It was simply resistance. That's what we sought out to fix. And we went, you know, added a backpack, we changed the mask, right? We ran the Catharsis, we did this, we did that, we had protection from elites. We came full circle, and it's a different build, okay? We're not running perfect clutch anymore. We went more damage with Fenris, right? And now we're running Gunner for 10% armor on kill, right? Instead of Firewall. So it is, and now we're running 1.1 million armor. So it's a different build, but in concept, it's full circle. We came back to, and we just tweaked it for what we needed to feel good about our performance and to play fast. It's kind of a nice holster. So with this build, we took on the rogues. They weren't a problem. I mean, the rogues, we had the other specialization, but otherwise, it was the same. Okay, so we're going to change it up a little bit. And again, this is a different look. We're not running the memento. And, you know, you can make a case you don't really need it. But the memento would have provided all the things we needed that we were looking to overcome that whole time, right? But I purposely avoided the memento. So right on. Ayurome. I like the Chameleon. You should like the Chameleon too. Chameleon is a great build. It gives basically the power of the Chameleon is flexibility. What it does is it allows you to, I mean, if I wanted to, I could load up on all 6 armor cores and still be happy with my damage because the chameleon is going to give me 90%, and it's really easy to get that 90% weapon damage just by landing body shots, 75 of them, so easy, and it's going to last 45 seconds. You know, but I don't need to be that tanky. You know what I mean? But I can be. I feel more value out of being that tanky, I'll tell you, if I was running the Catharsis or the Memento. So if we went that route, I would run the Catharsis, or I would run the Memento. The Memento is going to be even more valuable because you pick up one trophy, you'd get 1.2 million in armor and blue bonus armor from a single trophy. Anyways, okay, let's save this. All right, so we just save that, easy peasy. Now what we're gonna do is we're gonna run Striker. Striker plays out differently, so we might use different guns. Let's see, do I have Striker here? So, oh, you know what? Let's try. You guys want to try Ridgeway's Pride now? Let's try Ridgeway's Pride. Let's start there, okay? But before we do, give me a quick second, quick break. I'm back. Appreciate that. Hey, as a quick reminder, remember the latest build video that dropped this morning is pinned at the top of the chat. So that's there's 4 builds, actually. This is a video that contains 4 builds, and those are the Bulwark Bully builds. One is a completely new build that maybe somebody out there has created, but I've never seen it as far as like on a YouTube video. And so that's build number 4. Be sure to check that one out. As a matter of fact, I woke up wanting to play with that build today. I was like, nah, I probably shouldn't. Because we were doing a lot of Bulwark Bully stuff in the lab. So I was like, yeah, let's do something different. Yeah, the Sleipnir with the Umbra, I have tried that, and it is good. It is pretty good. There's a few LMGs that do pretty good with Umbra. I like the GR9 with it. I think we did the Sleipnir with the Golden Bullet event. I think that's when we tested it. Okay, so let's get rid of the Coyote. So we're gonna give a bunch of different looks here and then see which one we like better. But we're gonna base this off of Striker. And the point of Striker is max damage, no additional level of survivability. And if we have time, we're gonna flip that on its head. And we're gonna go to Foundry, which is all damage related all defense related survivability, no added offense. And so it's the Striker and Foundry are basically opposites of each other when it comes down to it. Striker is all offense, 100% offense. Foundry is 100% defense. And so when you run one or the other, if you're looking to balance it, it's basically the same equation, just flipped on its head. Okay, so let's start with the Ridgeway's Pride. So if you don't know the Ridgeway's Pride chess piece, you get this originally by completing the Summit quest, and which is a skyscraper. And so it comes with Bleeding Edge. It's got crits on it, so that's kind of nice. But Bleeding Edge gives you up to 48% armor regen when an enemy's bleeding and they're inside 15 meters. Okay, so the reality is it's pretty rare that you can get the 5 enemies bleeding. So with Ridgeway's Pride, you do have to adjust your playstyle a little bit. So basically what you want to do is spray and then focus. So like if you come across 3 enemies, which is your typical situation, you usually got 2 or 3 enemies in front of you, right? Maybe 1. So 1 to 3 enemies, whatever. But first tag each of them so that they're bleeding, and then focus fire and drop them. Right? So the weird part about Bleeding Edge, which is kind of annoying for me, is that technically when you eliminate your enemy, you're also eliminating your survivability. You get that? So I don't really like it as my only source of survivability unless I'm a tank. So there's some interesting tank builds with the Bleeding Edge, but otherwise I don't like it as my only level of survivability because of that. As soon as I kill that target, it's just like, now I got no armor. I gotta wait till I'm threatened again in order to heal. You get that? So let's just say you got 3 enemies and they're wailing on you and you got them bleeding, but then you kill. And you're like, and now you're sitting there, you killed 3 enemies, but you also have no armor because they were shooting at you and you did take damage. And although you were healing, I promise you, they were damaging you faster than you were healing. That's usually the case with Ridgeway's build, a red build. So what ends up happening is you eliminated your threat. You also eliminated your pool of armor, the armor regen that you were getting off of them. So now you're naked. And so the problem with that is that that's fine. You're like, well, that's fine because my threats are eliminated. Yeah, but you're also in a weakened state. So as soon as you encounter that next threat, you're going to have to play cowardly, right? You're going to have to play from cover and blind fire because if you take one more bullet, you're dead. Unless you use an armor kit. And isn't that what we're trying to avoid in the first place? You know what I mean? So anyways, so let's play with this a little bit. That's one of the reasons why I don't use Ridgeway's Pride a lot, for what I was just telling you. And plus, I find the Memento tends to just outperform it. It's 3% regen all the time versus this 3% regen when you only got them bleeding is going to be more useful because when you kill your target with the Memento, you're not eliminating your pool of armor, your additional pool of armor, and you're getting bonus armor. Either way, we're going to run this with clutch though. We're going to keep that clutch thing going on for a little bit, but we're also going to try the Bloodsucker stuff and whatever. So let's get our rest of our striker going on here though. And we know, I think we figured probably could stick to the 1.1 million armor to a degree. Maybe for the whole, I want to take a punch thing as well. So we'll just keep that consistent. We'll start with the chameleon, but we might stray from that. We'll keep some of the other things that we liked at the moment. So we'll still keep this healer. We'll keep this shield. We'll keep gunning for its 10%. So we got 3 forms of healing going on. So we got the regen, clutch, and then the heal, 10% armor on kill. Crit wise, we're gonna look different because we're now getting damage, total weapon damage instead. So let's put this up. Oh wait, where's our crits at? 46. Now we can run perfect clutch. Okay, so let's run perfect clutch because we need the crit chance. Well, no, we don't because we're running the chameleon. So, I mean, you can and you can't. You can and you can't. Actually, let's run it. Let's go max crits on this one. The reason why I'm choosing to go max crits is because, so there we're at 56. Even though the chameleon gives us 20%, our heals are based off of crit chance, right? The clutch heals are based off of crits. So I want to make sure I'm still critting. I'm critting at my max potential. So let's load the rest with crit damage. There we go. So we're going to be at 200% crit damage, 56% crit chance, and then we're going to have the striker's gamble benefits. 50% rate of fire. We're also going to have more weapon handling. It's going to help our reload. So let's just quickly start out there and see what we think about this chest piece. We'll analyze it and see if it's helping or hurting us. If we don't like the play style, we have other ways to go. Also, you know, one of the advantages might be adding the ACS shotgun to this. For one, for building the stacks on the chest for striker, and also for getting those crits for that backpack. We might heal faster with the ACS shotgun. We haven't tried that yet, but I'm very suspicious it might be the case. So like, we're talking about the rock and roll. I'll go ahead and put it on. There we go. And then let's make sure we got crit chance. I want the rock and roll to be able to crit, max crit. There. So the rock and roll's at 41. The chameleon's at 56. So the rock and roll's not as heavy on the crits, but it's got lots of pellets. It should be all right.
Point identified.
Yeah, there's a stinger hive too. That's a good point. You know, obviously we just did have a slower, you know, recharge time, but it tends to not fit my playstyle. Like, you know, the picking it up and dropping it and picking it up and dropping it. I'm too busy doing cartwheels. You know what I mean? Dodging enemies and shit. I move around a lot. I'm sure you guys can tell by now. A lot of cover to cover movements and whatever, so I can accidentally leave it behind. I don't use hives a lot in this game at all, actually. Okay, so now I got to remember we don't need to be in covers, so I got to remember that. Okay, it's gonna take me a second to adjust my gameplay. So, somebody throw something at me if you see me getting in cover to build stacks. Oh wait, we got to tag multiple enemies, right, for that heals. So I think it added to our survivability there. I think that bleed kept us up, right? When you say? And we still got to watch that fucking shield though. So the shield's still going to be our weak point, right? Because you get dizzy and shit. But we're healing by 3% right there. So range won't be our friend, of course. And see, sometimes you kill the enemy so fast, like right there, it was like, did it even give us a chance to heal? Would we have been better off with the damage talent? And just killed them a little bit, even a little bit faster? Obviously not, because we already killed them really fast, but questions to ask oneself when you're perfecting your builds. How much do you think the regen was helping us there, guys? I would say not very much. That was shoot first, kill first. There was a couple of times it was a little bit helpful, but for the most part, it was, we had it under control. Because remember, we also have clutch. Okay, he's gonna. Oh, fucking shield. Woo! Helped us there. Bought me enough time to run, basically. And then clutch did the rest. So yeah, all right, all right. I mean, if they gave me some real bonus armor capabilities on other pieces, God, I could make some good builds.
You can't be any geek off the street.
I mean,
Gotta
the
be
only one that
handy
does
with
that
the
is
steel, if you know
Heartbreaker,
what I
right?
mean.
But like, sorry about the alerts. They go wild. Alerts go wild sometimes. Yeah, but if they gave me like bonus armor on like chest pieces or masks or something, shit. So you can mix and match more, you know? So I guess like, but if I was to say like, what I think is like, I do think Clutch just works harder for us, you know? And that's because Clutch has to do more with his crits or hits, bullets, and not as much on whether the enemy is alive or not, right? Well, a little bit, I guess. Where basically, I guess what I'm saying is that there's one universal truth about armor regen, no matter which way you're getting it from, okay? Armor regen is always related to time. In this case, that time is not how much time you need to heal. In this case, that time is how long the enemy is alive so that you can bite heals off of them. And the truth is they're not alive long enough so far to give you any significant heals. But there have been a couple instances where it's been okay. Does that make sense? So you need your threat to be alive longer in order for you to get more heals, because you need time to heal. You need them alive longer to get more armor regen per second. It comes back, it's 3% per second or 6% per second or 8% per second, whatever, right? 3, 6, 12 per second. So that enemy needs to be alive. You can't kill him if you need the heals. And sometimes that is the play strategy. You're like, oh, I really need the heals. I'm gonna let him walk around a little bit. And that's okay. But other than that, when we're running around, let's just say at 50% armor and we're shredding enemies, we're getting nothing out of the regen. Why? Because we get them to bleed, and it takes a microsecond for that bleed counter to show up. But the reality is our time to kill is faster than 1 second. So we don't get the regen because it takes a partial second to detect the regen. And then our time to kill is so fast, there is no remaining partial second left. They're just dead. I'll show you what I mean. Might be easier to see that in the testing range. Yeah, that's right, Super Dave. It rewards you for not killing. Yeah. It's a contradiction. Now, there are some builds, like if you want to like survive forever out of cover and you want to jump into mosh pits. Like I've created some really cool SMG protection from elite builds that can have fun with this. Yeah, I could see some situations, Sebastian, where Ridgeway really help. Yeah, that's right. We can do the knees, but I'd rather have the bonus armor for the memento, you know? The thing is, like, I guess it would have to be a non-exotic, right? I guess. I don't know. Like bonus armor from a talent or a brand. That would be really cool if there was a brand out there. It's just like 10% bonus armor on kill, and then you combine it with armor on kill, because the bonus armor is more of a shield. It's more of a shield. Let's see here. What was I gonna do? Oh, so we could try taking off the chameleon is one thing I wanted to do here real quick. Let's put the rock and roll on, and then this is what I was going to change up real quick. Let's just put on the Kingbreaker, and then the Kingbreaker, we're going to need the laser pointers. So let's go to run technician real quick. So we're going to lose our 10% armor on kill, which is kind of hurtful because we're killing so well. So 10% armor on kill is useful. We found out with Umbra as well. Same situation with Umbra. It's useful because we're doing a good job killing, right? Which is the opposite of Ridgeway's Pride. So Ridgeway's Pride sucks because we're doing a good job killing, where 10% armor on kill is good because we're doing a good job killing. So let's try this. But what I wanted to show you real quick is the Ridgeway Pride timer. Okay. So let's just mark this to an elite. So obviously normals and veterans, you just don't get shit out of heals from them, right? Okay. So let's stack up. Go. All right. So there's our power, and then watch the time it takes to bleed. He's dead, right? Let's hurt ourselves. So we don't have any heals on our build, but we do have clutch, okay? So watch the bleed, and then clutch is going to help us. That's the unfortunate thing. Let me take off clutch. Got to do something else. Something without that won't help us. Let me see. Like a Cheska. I can't have bonus. Well, I guess I can do bonus armor because it'll look blue. Okay. Oh, but that's blue. Hold on. I guess the striker backpack's fine. Just do that. The build doesn't make sense, but it doesn't matter. So what I want to show you here real quick is how long it takes for the bleed to appear, the visual bleed marker, because the game wants to verify that you're bleeding. And then is it going to help us heal? So notice our bars. We got 2.5 red bars, okay? And that's how much heal that provided us. It provided us with 1.5 red bars. That's basically what we're going to get out of an elite, right? That's an elite. And I get like, that's best kill scenario, basically. I get that. But what I'm basically telling you, now let's put on clutch. I guess we're running this clutch, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's reset our damage. Now, watch the situation change. Actually, let me get my stacks first. Okay. Now let's damage ourselves. About 1.5 more. But you don't need to kill an enemy for clutch. Clutch is just critting, so that's the difference, right? Okay, anyway, so let's try this combo and see if the shotgun, basically we want to see, is it, well, I guess we might be able to test it here. Let's see. I'm going to see if the shotgun is going to do crazy heals first. We can check it right here. This might save us some time. I don't know, they die so fast, don't they? It's not bad, though. Gets us basically 4 bars. See that? Okay, so just let's do 1 kill here. So that's 3, 4, that's 5 bars.
Serious trauma detected.
That's about the same between a shotgun and assault rifle. So we got the same 5 bars. All right, so that's not going to help us, but that does help us get our striker stacks faster. But we only got 100 stacks right here, so it's not that hard to get. Do you guys notice that? 100 stacks is pretty easy to get on the striker build. 2 or 3 enemies, and then you maintain. You don't really need to use the shotgun on this unless you're using the chest piece. I mean, it can be a little bit helpful on some scenarios, but I find 100 stacks isn't that hard to get. So I'm okay with the chameleon. I don't mind changing it up, the weapon though. But we don't have to use a shotgun. Okay, let's see here. I'm thinking about the chest piece. Are we wasting time with this chest piece? What do you guys say? I mean, it did save our butt once or twice, but Clutch is doing the heavy lifting. Let's give it one more go. We changed the gun, so that's a change. Yeah, Biko, I like the range change. It's that easy. I agree with you. That's a good point. I think I said that a long time ago in the past. I was like, if they just extended the range, I would use it all the time. Make everything bleed. Okay, what we're basically doing is we're just going to test this same setup with the Kingbreaker and see if that changes our impression of it. Or if it worsens our impression of it, I guess, is another way to look at it. Because we're going to have more consistent damage, and that might... Well, let's see. We also have the healer on top of everything, so let's see. We're running technician, but one of the things is that, you know, we might like gunner a lot better, right?
Reinforcements en route.
Double turrets, you seen that? Bleeding. Come on, pansies. Get in a fight. See, we're basically at 100 stacks. It's not that hard to... Ooh, foam. We do got a tier 3 shield, though. Where'd that come from? A shotgun somewhere. Yeah, that's also what's cool about Clutch, right? Is it doesn't have a range. So as long as I'm critting on somebody, look at that guy, and he's sniping me with this fucking shotgun. So annoying. Wait, who's over there? That guy's so annoying back there. Fuck you. Right away. Ah, yeah, nobody's bleeding. That's right, Dragon. This is, yeah, I'd rather have instant and heal over time with this too, because there's a range thing. We're killing them, first of all, at range. Basically at 16 meters. We're doing a lot of killing at 16 meters. All right, let's get out of here. I don't think Ridgeway's gonna fly, folks. Papa Smurf. There you are, Papa Smurf. I didn't move fast enough. I was gonna add you back.
Hostiles detected.
All right, let's fix that chess piece. Chess piece, go bye-bye. What do we want to look at with this one, though? That's the question. Well, we could put on the striker chess piece. That would give us enough damage to toy around with the mask. We could... Let me look at that first. Because we don't really have many other defensive options on the chest, right? So... and we don't want to load up on armor. That's what we do know. We could go obliterate, which is okay. But also obliterate, make it red, add another armor and kill might be the way to go there. That'd be easy. Let's try that. So what I can do is double red Bellstone. That sounds weird, I know. So I should have a Bellstone that's, well, I could run that one and then change the armor core on these two. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. Future perfect, strong heals. Well, we could also do thinking down that path. Yeah, we could do something with the weapon. Hold on a second. Well, so what I was thinking here is like if I do Bellstones, I'm gonna lower my armor, but I could do double Bellstone with Gunner. We got 20% armor on kill right there, which is a lot. Plus 1% armor regen, and then we'd put on Clutch. Let me try, but that's a good point. Like I like what you're saying. Yeah, the Coyote's mask maybe too. But the other thing is you can run Reformation or Preservation, either way. But Reformation, just by landing one headshot, gets you 30% repair skills, which is like a skill tier and a half worth of repairs. That's true. You know, I've been meaning to integrate Preservation. We just haven't gotten there yet. So we could try doing that and see if we like it by putting on, I guess, which gun would you want to run with it? I mean, the Eagle Bearer for immunity, but that can also get you killed. There's that. The Doctor's Home for 15% armor on kill. That's an easy one. I wouldn't run over Striker, though. And then the Ctar, we go for Moss, Manic, a mechanical animal. That's kind of an interesting idea. Just really power up that heals. But it is after the effect. That's the downside. And can we maintain it? I mean, it's a good question. It's worth looking at. And then we got like the Emmeline's Guard. We could run something like this too, and get, you know, the perfect preservation. We could also put preservation on an assault rifle. So there's a couple of different ways to go. Yeah, I mean, focus too. Yeah, we could run focus. I'm probably not going to run focus. Well, focus. Yeah, I see what you're saying. For the additional damage. Probably not going to get to that version today, but yeah, that would work. Hold on a second. Let me think. Because I could turn this bad boy inside out. That's 20% armor on kill. I'm trying to figure out, do I want more armor on kill on top of the 20%? That does allow us to play very aggressive. Or let's try that. Let's just try it. So let's run, let me put, let's try a couple of different things. Okay, so we're gonna try, I'm gonna turn these, let's put that clutch on the backpack there. Actually, let me see where my crits are at. 26. See if I have a chest piece with crit chance on it instead of headshot damage. Bellstone. Should. Maybe I don't have it. It's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Just wanted to see if I had it. So backpack needs to be clutch. The skill tier will make the shield stronger too, so I like that idea. Power up that shield. While we heal ourselves with clutch, we pick up stronger heals also, which is a form of resistance. Gonna make that red, and then let's change one of these so we don't run around with too much armor. Okay, let's try that. So we get, it might even be over the top, but it's an interesting place to start. So we got the 1.1 million armor, 20% armor on kill, 1% armor regen, clutch, plus we're going to be powering up our shield and our heals with future perfection. So by adding at least 3 skill tiers, if not overcharge. And so in exchange, we're going to have to drive some crits on this thing. Yeah, that's always the problem, isn't it? Crit chance, crit chance. We're gonna take off stability. We need more crit chance here. Okay, and then now where are we at? 43, still need more. $48. Might be good as it gets. That's the problem with Striker, right? Just Striker assault rifle build, you just don't get the crit chance. So let's just go give it a try and see if it works for us. Actually, I can do that. And then put crit chance there. Let me see this. There we go. And then let's change this back to blue. All right. So same thing. We just balance out our crits. 55, 104. We're using this now. So we lost a damage talent. And you might look at that as a big deal, but we gained one on our chest, which is Obliterate, which is actually a pretty good one. Obliterate requires crits, so does Clutch. So there's actually synergy there between those two chest pieces because they both are requiring crits. Wait, is Obliterate hits or crits? Obliterate's crits, right? Yeah. Brucey! What up, Bruce? Yeah, I like the Coyote mask with Striker too. It is very helpful for the flexible damage. But here's the downside with this one: you can't switch out of your mechanical animal. So that's the only thing that sucks. Because if you do, you lose your skill tier progress, and then what's the point, right? And be like, well, I'm losing a damage talent so that I can have skill tiers, but if I switch weapons, I lose the skill tiers. What's the point? So we're gonna have to hold true to the gun here. Not a problem, but just keep that in mind. Could be really worth it. I do love this gun on a Umbra Initiative build. I showcased it the other day, actually. One of the only times I run the mechanical animal, as a matter of fact, as a primary weapon. As a secondary weapon, it's got a lot of value, of course. Yeah, so there's a problem right there. Woo! Damn. I could feel the lack of power right away, but we didn't have any stacks, so you know, there's that. Boosted, what up? I think I tried a long time ago, Clutch with Negotiators. I don't think I've really picked up anything on it. Clutch has to be a direct hit. God damn it. That might have taken away too much damage from us, but let's build some stacks real quick. There we go. Give somebody to kill now. This gun's a little harder to handle, so keep that in mind when it's coming to time to kill. It's not all damage, it's also missed shots. It's fine, I can balance out the damage if that's the case. I could take off the Bellstones. But if we're doing a good job killing, Bellstones might be more valuable than the skill tiers. I don't know. But having a stronger shield is, so right now we got a tier 6 shield or tier 5 shield. Tier 5 shield. So that's pretty damn good, you know? And we're killing. There's a boss. I mean, we could have a faster time to kill, but this isn't bad. It's over 1 million crit. $1.5 million crit, I think I saw that right there. We're actually doing pretty good. And we got Clutch kicking in the shield. So, but might be a little too much defense here, but still pretty decent. And we got a really strong healer. It's all working though. Like Bellstone just gives us that kick, right? For the extra, so that we got the 20% armor and kill. That was pretty helpful right there. So it's kind of all working together, actually. If there's something to change, I'm wondering if it's the chess piece, actually. If we maybe find a way to get the full 100 additional 200 stacks, or 100, get more damage that way out of this. If we're able to continuously shoot and not have to use our shotgun. See how Clutch is keeping us alive right there? And our healer, technically. So we're taking damage at range, so that's nothing we can do about that except for to play smart. Do you see that big spike in heal right there? So we were almost dead, and that big spike in heal is plus Clutch. Damn. You know what I mean? It's all working for us. So like, because it makes it kind of a tough consideration to get rid of Bellstone if that was the next move. So how do we get more damage without getting rid of Bellstone, Clutch, or the mechanical animal? We have to take a close look at that. What I could think of is the chess piece. Running the striker chess piece. But we sure are maintaining our fucking skill tiers, I can tell you that. I like the idea of making a stronger shield through future. That's kind of interesting, huh? Because the reality is that the shield on all the builds, the shield is our weak point. You know what I mean? In a funny way, because that shield breaks, you're just like, fuck, I'm toast. Sometimes you feel like just dropping your controller and letting yourself die because you're all fucking dizzy and stuff like that, you know? And it's probably the biggest contributor to the shield, even more than the armor cores, you know? So it makes me ask the question. I mean, I granted that, you know, 3 kills gets us to tier 5, right? And then we get technically to tier 6 with the 4th kill. So the mechanical animal with future is getting this to tier 6 shield. Okay. But or technically, yeah, that's right. It says tier 1, but that's a glitch because we got 2 blue cores, so it's tier 2. But Dragon, when we switch, don't we lose the buff just because we switched weapons, even if they got the same talent? Isn't that how that works on future? I was thinking that too. But I guess what I'm saying is I'm wondering, like, what if I take off another armor core? You know, what if we run max armor? I mean, max red with this engine, and then just push our shield to a tier 3. Go from 0 to 3, because tier 2 worked pretty well, right? We were on our other builds where we weren't running future, we were running with the tier 2 shield, and that worked pretty well. Or we could put on firewall with this one and get the flexible damage that way from the same shield. So the shield is giving us damage, and so then it's also worth buffing the shield more because we know we're going to use it for an offense and a defense situation, we lose the 10% armor on kill, but we also got 10% armor on kill from the Bellstones. Or, sorry for all the ors, but this is just me thinking out loud. Or we drop the Bellstones. We're going to keep clutch, so that's going to stay, but we drop the Bellstones and just go all more damage. Keep the original 10% armor card. That's probably the most straightforward way. It's probably to drop the Bellstones, go more damage, but I just wonder if that's, you know... Let's try a couple of things. Let's go back into the testing range to see if any of this is going to work. Because if the ACS switch can maintain, then that would encourage me to use the striker chest piece. And so what we're saying is if I can use the ACS shotgun with future plus the mechanical animal and switch weapons and preserve future, not lose it by switching weapons, then it would make sense to run the striker chest piece and get an additional 100% stacks. 100 stacks, that is. So we'll test it real quick. That'd make a very interesting build. It would also be interesting to run the defender instead and then push that defender to a tier 3 defender. Or instead of armor, run skill tiers, right? And get a tier 6 defender instead of a healer. Same but different, right? Because we're gonna have armor on kill and we're gonna have clutch. So maybe we just get the defender to make our heals to take, you know, more proactive approach. So the damage reduction is 30%, so 5% per skill tier, which is not a lot, but it's something. That'd be interesting. Okay. And then the technician specialization. Well, the downside is that the armor, I could see the armor on kill helping us. It really was. That spike, and there was all the time. I saw like 5 different scenarios where that spike of health kept us in the fight, you know, where everybody was dead, but that last kill brought us from like 15% armor to like 45, 50% armor, some whatever it was, you know. The 20% armor on kill, I saw that directly impacting my performance. So I'm willing to drop 10% armor, but not 20. But to your point, yeah, maybe we keep Bellstone, take off some reds, but let's try the ACS first, because if this AC, would make the biggest change. If we can run an ACS, I hope I have the other one here. There it is. Okay, so let's. Oh, that's so annoying. Get rid of you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch weapons while Future's active and see if it maintains. Or continue, yeah. Good point. But I like this assault rifle. But yeah, maybe. Time to kill so much faster with the assault rifle. But this thing is a devastator, it is. I know what you mean. But let's just check that theory. All right. Oops, I should have just kept it on easy, huh? Sorry. Switch him back. Yeah, I was thinking Bravo too. Yeah, Bravo's not a bad idea either. With Bravo backpack with clutch, that's a good idea, Dewey. It's a good idea. And then technician, if we decide to see if that would work too. If we think clutch holds up, it's worth the test. Okay, so we want to activate clutch. That's all we want to do. So we got 1, switch, and it resets it. So let's get 2 just to be sure. 2, switch, and it resets it. Yeah, so that doesn't work. But it might be if we hold to the shotgun And then we put on the striker's chest. All right, so this is the theory. And then let's just put on the Picaros here real quick, I guess. In case that's the direction we go. Good chance. This is just for a quick test, okay? So it's not perfect, but the question is, would we be happy with our time to kill if we just stuck with the shotgun? Or would we be annoyed that our range is going to be so close and all that kind of shit, you know? So let's get this loaded. And then also, is ammo going to be an issue? There's that too. I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's just like, it might just be slow enough to not be worth it. Let me switch out here. That's kind of the same. Let's reset that DPS and see. 6.5. 6.7. Yeah, they're close. Obviously, if you go for heads, you get more out of this one. But the time to kill is close, just a little bit faster with the assault rifle. So yeah, maybe. The difference would be range, of course. And ammo issues. So, okay. That being said. And of course, I'd lower my armor. We got too much armor and all that. But this could be a way to get a skill tier if we ran. Let me see. I don't know if I have that Brazos backpack, though. I think I do. I think I do. The challenge is, of course, that striker builds are under critted. That almost works. That one would work. These are close. That one could work, but that one could work too. Thought I had one with clutch though. Let me just go check real quick. Right on, boosted. Right on, Blue Jedi. See you later, man. Yeah, the group up mask might be a good idea there too.
Safe area entered.
Let's look for this. Might have this a better version of this backpack. I'm just gonna look real quick. Whoops, looking at the wrong one. It's like, these look familiar. Yeah, I don't have it. All right, it was worth the shot. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about, like, going a 6 skill tier shield, since we do a good job killing, with just using just clutch as a source of heal, since we do a good job killing and critting, right? And then eliminating and having just the shield plus clutch, a tier 6 shield plus clutch. And if I could pull that off without running any armor, that's hard to do, I know that. But if that, in theory, if I could pull that off without running any armor, that'd be cool. And of course, we'd have the defender also, the defender drone. Downside of the defenders, it's of course it's poor duration. But that's what we're gonna try to pull off here, and that would be really cool. So what I'm gonna do is get rid of Gunner. So I'm gonna get rid of Gunner. Technician for the skill tier. That's a weird black screen. Took a second, didn't it? All right, so we got a skill tier there. So now we're with this, we're at 3 skill tiers plus that one. So now we're at 4. Well, we're gonna get rid of some of this armor. So let's see if I have I think I do, a Brazos chest piece that would make sense. Also, it's not the Picaro, but I'm gonna make the assumption that it's gonna be too much work for us to maintain those 200 stacks. Because we're gonna have to switch weapons. So this one would work. Crit chance, crit damage. That one will work. Oh God, why is my bag full? Hold on. Delete stuff. Oh, good. We bought 1 slot. All right. Drop the chameleon. Drop the glory days. All right, should be good. We were looking at, fuck, where were we? We're in here. Brazos. That would work. And then we could try probably obliterate. So we had some decent Brazos backpacks, I think, didn't we? That would pass. That one would pass. That one would too. That one's better. Let's do that one. Okay. They're all kind of junk, but close was that one. Okay. So there's our armor cores. I wish I could pull those off, but that's going to get us to the 6 skill tiers, isn't it? So we got 1, 2, 3, and then the mechanical animal is going to get us 3 more plus overcharge. It says we're at, oh, but we got this now. So so I guess we get rid of technician, I guess. But it'd be better if I could turn one of these red, right? Or yeah, I guess let's get rid of technician and just go back to gunner. We're gonna have to. Or we go firewall and put more damage on that shield. That's interesting, actually. Yeah, let's do that. And we get better mods. Yeah, so we get some damage out of it at least. And then now we got 1, 2, 3 skill tiers right there, and then the mechanical animal is going to pull in the other 3 and put us in overcharge. And then on this, we're going to run now the deflector instead. And well, so we can move it back to heals, but I want to see if clutch alone plus the shield is all the defense we need, basically. Okay, so then we're at 50%, so I can put 1 more crit chance mod. And then the other one's going to go crit damage. Oh. God damn it, I always do that. Mod, change, crit damage. There we go. And then we need to change our talents. All right. Obliterate. And then clutch. Cool. All right, that could solve a big problem for us, actually. Let's see if this works.
Hostile control point detected.
So the real question is, okay, can we feel the power, of course, but the other question is how much are we gonna miss those armor on kills? You know, the true armor on kill from Gunner. A lot or a little or not at all, huh? You jerk. God, they always do that, huh? All right, there's our second skill tier. Well, we're killing them, and we're staying healthy. Oh, another big boy. Got him. I would say that's an effective time to kill.
Incoming hostiles detected.
Two kills, one mag right there. Two elites too. Yeah, we got a good time to kill. I'm liking it. I mean, this is with the SIG too, which is, you know, a beast a little bit, right? It's actually not a bad weapon. It's not. It really isn't. But yeah, this is all the survivability we need. We got the power. We're no longer afraid of our shield breaking. We got heals from clutch. Actually, this build, if I could make this all red, I might prefer that. I mean, this isn't bad, but like, what I mean is like getting rid of a skill tier and then, I mean, a blue core and running technician might be the better build And the reason why is because, of course, technicians can give us a skill tier, but the clutch is, you got to remember, clutch is powered by red cores. So we not only get more damage by running a red core, but we'd also get more heals from it too. But our heals are holding up, so I'm not complaining. So I'm not saying it's the way to go, but I think it'd be worth a try. It makes an interesting build for sure, though. It'd be interesting to see. We're killing so well, like I'm not sure that the mechanical animal is holding much value. So the mechanical animal, its value is that it's time. It's giving you those skill tiers for longer time. Okay, so that's what it does. So it gives you 19 seconds instead of 15 seconds. But we're not worried about that. We're killing so fast, like that extra 4 seconds, who cares? You know, it's rare that it matters because we're killing so fast with this build. So I wonder, like, what if we put the future perfect on like the TK or an AK? You know, something with an even higher base weapon. I mean, 101 is respectable, but the TK is another extra 26,000, you know, little slower RPM, but it handles a little bit differently. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see that, but either way, this is fine. This is fine. That's actually a pretty fun way to play. It's relieving to not have to worry about your shield. It's relieving, you know? DJ J Rock, what up, man? Oh, right on. Are you? Is it the one, the bleed hard one? Probably. Ongoing directive. Yeah, it's a fun one, man. Glad you found me, bro. Oh, Cyber Puppet is because, man, we're psycho. Oh man, it's a big problem actually. No, reality is it's a game problem. I'm a little bit different. I'm probably like one of the worst situations when it comes to my stash being full, just because I create 2 or 3 builds. We do these build labs, so I have to have diverse pieces. Otherwise, you'd be watching me farm a lot, which is lame. That aside, I think when you're the reality is when you've been playing this game for a long time, it just stacks up on you. And I'm talking like, if you have all your exotics, you have all your named weapons, and you have all your gear, the green gear, if you have those, there's 2 characters right there. There's 2 characters right there. And then you need this chest piece. You need that chest piece. You need your raid build. You need your legendary blah, blah, blah build. And it's just like, fuck, man, you get so full so fast. Like, it's a major issue in this game, not just with YouTubers or Twitch streamers, but like with everybody in the game. It's the most, what I call it's the most valuable asset in the game is gear space. And the devs need it to be that way, of course, because if we have everything. Yeah, and they gave us it becomes a problem because every season they come out with another build, right? I mean, another gear set, another brand, and then you need to farm that. You need, like, here's an example, right? Like, Closer. So, Xenogetica was a new brand set, so you need the chest, you need the backpack, you need perfect versions, you need some with crit chance and crit damage, and then this one I wanted a red core. So I needed that to be perfect. But you also need this one so that I can have armor plus armor regen, so that I can make a strong armor regen, armor on kill build. So I need to have the flexibility and the attribute also. So now I have 2 named chest pieces, Closer. Right? And that's just one. I have like 7 different I have 7 different chain killers. I have some with crits. I have some with weapon handling and headshot damage. I have some that I can roll armor. I have some that you know what I mean? So it's just like, you have to have a variety, right? Sacrifices. I probably have 3 different sacrifices, maybe 4, but 3. One with crits, you know, this one that you're seeing here. It's just like, yeah, it is ridiculous. It's just like, but if you want to create builds, then you're going to have that variety, and then you're going to fill in your stash space, and that's what this game is. But some people don't. You know, some people, like, there's guys I even have in the clan that like run the same build for like I'm not talking like 2-3 seasons straight, bro. There's some people that do that, right? They find this build that they like and they stick with that one build and they never change it. Yeah, they don't have issues. Yeah, I'd pay for more stash space. Everybody says that, but the devs can't do it because they have to pre-order that stash space, you know? Okay, so what I'm wondering is this. Do we really take advantage of the overcharge? Do we need the overcharge? Or do we care just about maintaining our 6 skill tiers? Because we're not running a damage skill where that overcharge turns out to damage. It turns out to defense. And when we get that overcharge defense, we may not need it. You know, we might just be in this 1v1 situation or wherever, where when you get your damage offense, you could always use that little extra charge onto your skills. That's never really wasted too much. So I'm wondering, like, what if we dropped a core? Now, we don't have a way, unfortunately, because of the Brazos set. I don't think. But what if we did? How would we do that? How would we get rid of? We got to get rid of Brazos and run 2. That's what we would do, right? We just get rid of Brazos flat out and just run 2 blue cores. Turn that to more damage, I suppose. Or we could do back to the Bellstone switch and get that armor on kill. And it just go down 1 skill tier. You know what I'm saying? So we would end up with 2 cores on our build and then 3 earned. Oh, it doesn't work out that way though, right? Because Mechanical Animal doesn't give you... Mechanical Animal gives you 3, and then the next one's Overcharge. It doesn't give you 4. Yeah, so it ends up being like... You never end up with a skill tier 6 shield, but maybe that's okay too. Maybe that's okay too. Let me try that. Well, the Chill Out Mask would be nice, but then we would end up having to run the Striker chest, and I'm avoiding the 200 stacks. It's a lot of work. Powerful, but a lot of work to maintain those. And I find I'm not using it. So what I'm going to do is just switch this real quick. All right, so I'm going to go to the Bellstones. And so what we're going to do is get armor regen and armor on kill in exchange for that skill tier and see, well, maybe that's more valuable. It's a little safety net on our heals, helps out clutch more. We got the passive heals going for us now. So let's see where we are. 60, we got more crit chance out of this also. So let's change this. So we're not gonna have overcharge. So we're not gonna be at a tier 6 shield either. So we lose a tier 6 and we lose overcharge, but we're gonna gain 3 skill tiers. And so we're gonna be at a tier 5 shield, but it might be easier for us to maintain now, is basically what I suspect. And then further, we can go even further by saying, let's not run Bellstone. Let's run some other combo like Cheska Grupo, Cheska Fenris, and buff the damage even more. And go down damage road a little bit more, but still keep the same 5 skill tier shield. Let's try this. Let's try this. The Gorilla School was at the end of a season, one of the seasons, and it was the level 100 reward. It's a I love it or hate it mask. There were a lot of people that hated it, and there are a lot of people that love it. It was one of those masks. Like anything in America. Red or blue? But I like this build. It's fun. It's great. It solves a real problem. A real problem. And the problem is you gotta have resistance. Shield is a great level of resistance, but when it breaks, you're fucking toast. And that's the real problem. The only way to keep it from breaking is going tier 6 shield or heavy armor, but then you lose damage, and then you're just like, okay, well, you know, might as well go all tank then. It just, you know, so you got contradictions, but this, you're only sacrificing one thing, and that's that weapon damage talent, but you're getting so much out of it. because we're also using it to drive our deflector. Oh, this guy. Come on, dude. Don't do it. I fucking hate those fire grenades. You always throw them right there. How did she have the angle on me? Where was that damage coming from? God damn it. That guy? Got out of that trouble, huh? And there we go. It was risky business, but we survived. That's the point. Got our skill tiers. We get a shot from the back. Fuck. Healed from that. Oh, he just broke my shield with a punch. God damn him. Really? Really? That was a bad spot to be in. Let me just kill myself because they're going to take like an hour to get to me. Oh, they're not going to let me. That was annoying. Oh yeah, good point. Thanks, Dragon. Good reminder. Good reminder. Yeah, so the question kind of goes to also like, what is that effective shield health? Is it a tier 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6? You know, how much do you need? You know, and so because the other way I'm curious of trying is getting rid of all my blue cores and running just off the mechanical animal, which means we start with a tier 1 or no tier actually, and then go to a tier 3 that way. But so I'm curious to know. But I could see right away, like I felt like at the tier 2, like I could see it kind of get to that red pretty quickly. You know, the shield itself get to its red health bar quite quickly.
Civilians in distress.
Yeah, but the thing with Striker, you got to get ramped up a little bit too, right? So that's the other thing. Like, I come up here and climb into aggressive zone. You got to get ramped up a little bit, but we got to put these boys to the test. I'm telling you. Actually, let's catch on fire first. See, they always come over here, and it's really annoying. How come they're so fast? What the fuck? Just got hit by some crazy grenade. Oh, she must have threw it. Okay, let's see here. Holds up pretty good. Perfect accuracy, that guy, huh? Look at that. He took half my armor from 100,000 meters away. You're good at doing that. Fucking just broke my shield with the punch. More? Fuck. The dog is wailing on me. It's pretty good. We held up against that fucking dog, I'll be honest with you. He was wailing on that shield. Fucker. The crating through that helped us. It's kind of a close call, but I feel like maybe the extra skill tier is better, but you know, armor and kill is also hard to pass up. Tough call. I wonder, maybe, this is what I'm thinking. Technician with spotter instead and get that amp damage?
Civilians in distress. Supply room access unlocked.
That could be interesting, right? So spotter, get the amp damage, and then technician. There's two. There's a skill tier from technician. And we don't have to. We don't have to keep losing our obliterate stacks. That happens. But then we get this. But anyways, there's the benefit there. So the benefit is we get the I think this thing takes the laser pointer, doesn't it? We have to go check. So there's a possibility that the mechanical animal doesn't take the laser pointer, which I think I've always thought was weird. Not a problem. We could just swap out of the mechanical animal, but I just can't remember. Let's go check. I think it could be an interesting way to go because it might allow me to run 2 pieces of Xena and Getica, drop one of those armor cores, pick up a skill tier, and get the amp damage. It's the same thing, it's just rebalancing a little bit. See you later, Mr. Banana. Otherwise, I gotta say, I think I like the tier 6 shield a little bit better. I think it just holds up a little bit more. I notice it. It makes me less nervous about the shield when I'm running that way. And I felt like the time to kill was about the same. This one had the advantage of armor on kill and armor regen on top of that. But I'm not feeling the impact of the armor regen. So everything's coming from kill and crits. So we want to hold to that. So I'm gonna just make a couple of quick changes here. Let's see if I can do this. So let's start by going technician. Grab it. Oops. What I respect? No, we don't want to do that. Activate that. I'm trying to avoid Brazos at this moment, but let me see if I can. Yeah, see, this doesn't take the laser pointer. Isn't that annoying? Like, why wouldn't they allow this weapon to take the laser pointer? Okay, so let's try a different assault rifle and then run I think I only have named ones here. The police and 4 will do it. I wanted something a little heavier though. It's fine. Just do that. We'll like the handling better anyways. Recal, assault rifle, police and 4. Let's move that to feature perfect. Crit it out. Okay, so there we go. And then is there a perfect spotter? And that's because I'm going to try to maintain the 20% or the 10% armor on kill, but I'm getting rid of the 1% armor regen for more armor, which more armor isn't that helpful at all either, but here we go. But now the benefit here is I only got 1 blue core, but I picked up the skill tier to pick up the other one. So we got, now we're at 2 skill tiers. This is gonna drive 3 plus overcharge. So we're at 6 skill tiers plus overcharge. And I picked up a red core, which is gonna make clutch go faster. So, and we get 10% armor on kill. So I feel like this might be the better combination. We're not gonna be able to take as many punches to the back, but again, we're powering up into our shield anyways. And we could never really, not even with 1.1 million, we could take much damage to our back anyways, so. If anything, at the end, we could top this off with some protection from elites. Crit chance, crit chance. Oh, we lost a crit chance mod, so I gotta load one up here. Hold on. Let's do the mask. Okay, so we're gonna miss the damage modifier on the shield. We're gonna go down to the regular shield now. And so, but we picked up the 15% constant damage to make up for that. So we lose the damage scaling and some better mods, but we pick up a consistent 15% weapon damage. Let's go. Active regen instead. Damage bonus. Okay. And then we also pick up 5% more amp damage. Well, we actually pick up 20% amp damage, so no more stacking on Obliterate, which is nice. Kind of get irritated with Obliterate. I don't know if you ever noticed, pay attention to your Obliterate gameplay, but I always notice Obliterate, times out so fast because it's only 5 seconds. Yeah, well, the point is I want to try this without armor on the chest piece, so first and see, because we're at a tier 6 shield, so armor on the chest piece would put us at a tier 7 shield, which doesn't make any sense. And we have the defender too, so I want to see if we how we feel about this and our time to kill. Otherwise, what we do, the alternative is to lose technician, put the armor core there. The problem with that is that then we lose the laser pointer, and then we're kind of back to where we just were, because we can't use spotter. Which we don't have to use spotter, but it's an alternative here. Now it's gonna play out a little bit different because keep in mind we got a different gun now. The base weapon damage on this one's 100. It's about the same. So the SIG was 108, you know, but we got a lot more RPMs, don't we? So, and this one handles better, so we should have improved performance. Now, of course, you could do the same concept with the memento, skip out on clutch. You can get the armor regen, you can get bonus armor, and the memento itself is going to give you the 2 skill tiers for your shield. So got to build our stacks. Oh no. Just not get stuck in front of that turret with a fucking foam. God damn it. Goddamn double foamed? Fuck you. Oh, we got out of that shit? Alright. I didn't think we were gonna survive that, I'll be honest with you. Alright. That turret he laid down is nasty. Ah! I did it to myself. I did it to myself. I shouldn't have gone that way. All right, let me start that over. A lot of people stopped playing raids actually lately. I know other people that stopped playing raids are just like, oh, it's getting boring. People still doing them though. Still doing them. It's time for the next generation, you know? It happens every now and again, isn't it like that? Like there's just like this big wave of new raiders, and you go in there and there's just like not as many experienced players as there is new raid players, and you know, it's kind of back to figuring it out. Frustration, people getting pissed at each other. Happens a lot in raids. You know, it only takes two new players to break a raid performance team, you know what I mean? So like if you got a team that consistently clears and does it really quickly and they're really good at it, you add 2 new players to that same team and you know the whole cookie can crumble. It doesn't take much in raids for things to just not go right. Okay, let's try this again. So by doing this test is basically saying, it's mostly it's measuring the performance. This build change is measuring the performance of, really the striker shield. That's mostly the biggest. I would say that's the biggest difference between the two. Time to kills there. So we're gonna have to overcharge in the shield again because we're at tier 6. So, but we do have lower base armor to get there because we're running technician instead of that extra armor core in hopes that we're gonna have a better time to kill if we could even detect it. I mean, it's a good time to kill. There's no doubt about that. But is it better? Can we tell? God damn that. What is that, a turret over there? God, that guy was nailing me from that far. Screw you. Police M4 feels good. You throw it back on, you're like, I haven't run it in a while. Using the Kingbreaker a lot lately. You put the police M4 back on every time, and it's like, oh, I remember why I love you. God damn it. Oh, she just squeezed out of that one, didn't she? The one you leave alive is always the one to kill you. So watch that. It's almost guaranteed. Happens to me so often. Back to 100% health. Can you guys tell the difference between the police M4 and the SIG and how it does? What I see is more headshots. I see that I got better control over the weapon and I land more headshots with it. Yeah, I think the deflector does a pretty good job of protecting your backside. As long as you remember to pop it. Spill looks great though. Might be the one or really close to it. Yeah, I mean, it feels great, don't you think? I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, we got it's really balanced if you think about it. We got 10% armor on kill, right? We got a 942 in armor, but a tier 6 shield that goes into overcharge. You know? I mean, I think there's many ways you can make the same build, so it's a little tough from here, I gotta say. You know, and which way's better? You know, it is a little bit tough, you know, because you're like, well, you know, striker, obliterate, that kind of thing, you know, I guess is my point. You know what I mean? I mean, do we go back to obliterate? Obliterate and spotter, I mean, they're not going to make that big of a difference at this stage. We're killing so fast. It's like, it's really not that big of a difference. I mean, we could do a crit value determination, but the reality is a spotter never disengages. It's always on, right? But of course, I would go back to obliterate if we decided that we didn't want technician, and if we decided instead, I mean, we could go gunner. We could go, right? If we went back to gunner, I would add another armor core, and then we get 10% armor on kill. Right? We can clutch, but we get the 10% armor on kill. And so it is, so it's a little tough. So I'm thinking about that. So we'd have to change this up. We'd have to go back to a Bellstone combination to get the 20% armor on kill. It's an interesting thing, but this is unique and it works. But it is interesting to see like which one is ultimately more powerful, because the thing is that when you add the 20% armor on kill, I gotta say, like, you feel godly, because you got a tier 6 shield, you got clutch healing you, and then you get 20% armor on kill. I mean, you're topped off, and then you got the, you know, protection from elites. And so it's really interesting. So gunner, if we went gunner, we'd lose spotter. So let me see what that chest piece look like. I could also just add armor here. But the problem is that if we go gunner, we lose spotter. So it has to look at like a Bellstone chest. The problem with the Bellstone chest is it has headshot damage, which isn't horrible. It's just that we need the crits. So I think that's the downside. But you know, it's still good damage. So that's the backpack. And we could also do. We never did the. I like sticking to clutch though. So let's just do a quick comparison. Go back to gunner and then do the same thing and see if it feels about the same or better. Yeah, that's a good one, Haslock. I brought out the Bullet King because I was thinking this could be cool with the Bullet King too. You know? I don't think I'm gonna have a chance to get to it though today, but yeah, I suppose you don't, Miker. Yeah, it's the FAMAS isn't bad. It's really just it's the initial kick. You know what I mean? It's just like this initial like wham. You know, it just like it jumps really hard at the front and then it kind of levels out. I've done both, and the reality is I just didn't really see any performance lift off of the FAMAS over the Police M4. So you know, it's the same for me. Okay, so quick change, easy change. We're just gonna throw on the Bellstones real quick. Which is gonna give us the armor regen is more valuable than the armor on kill. We're gonna lose a little bit of crit chance, but we're gonna pick that crit chance up here because we're not gonna need the laser pointer again. And we could still keep Technician technically and turn this red. Actually, we could keep that the same, but what we're going for here is the 20% armor on kill. And so a weaker, okay, so what the idea is here is a weaker clutch, a stronger armor on kill. It's the combination. I've always found, just so you know, the layers of systems always tend to be stronger. We had a layer system before, so we had armor on kill and clutch, and you know, and so we still have a layer system, but we're tilting things a little bit, right? We're tilting things a little bit where we're giving ourselves more armor regen, so that's something we didn't have just then. And we're taking away an armor core, which is going to weaken clutch, but we're not really going to care because we're going to get 10% armor on kill now. We do a pretty good job killing. And the extra armor core versus 15% weapon damage, base weapon damage, is not going to be missed in our time to kill. So we're still going to maintain an effective time to kill. The weakest point of either build that we run is always the first few minutes when we have no stacks. So once you get by that, I feel like it's all going to be very subtle differences. So what I just want to see is in this is like, do I feel a little bit godlier? Do I feel like I have more of a safety net in case my shield breaks or I get jumped by a big mob of enemies? Now I'm going to go ahead and stick with the Police M4, where the reality is we can run the mechanical animal here. Okay, but it doesn't really matter at this stage. And so we don't need the laser pointer, so I could go back to the mechanical animal, but for apples to apples comparisons, I did feel like I was performing better with the Police M4 because I was landing more headshots than the SIG. So I'm going to go ahead and stick with this. But you can use either one. You know, you can use either one at this stage if this ends up being the build. If it's no spotter, if we're back to obliterate. So if I feel weaker, it might be the combination of the obliterate stacking thing. So obliterate stacks are strong, but I don't think a lot of people pay attention to how often obliterate is not there. You know what I mean? And it's really not there a lot. Like, because you'll finish an engagement, and by the time you get to the other guys, it's gonna get some quick stacks. By the time you get to the other guys, you know, your shield stacks are gone. Oh, there's 2 enemies back here. Fuck. But look at our health, huh? Come on, pansies. Long distance damage, huh? So we lost all of our kill stacks. It's okay. They're pretty easy. The cool thing is they're pretty easy to earn. That's why I don't like, you know, future initiative or future perfect, sorry, is I feel like is so much better on basically a damage build first, you know, where a lot of people will put on this as a primary weapon, like let's say on the skill build, and the problem is that you're just so much better off with what should we call it, the capacitor, because, or test subject, because you get the damage to get you the kills, and on the skill build it's harder to have enough damage. Shield might break here. He's pretty tanky. Too many enemies. Move, guys. Fuck. Let's get some armor and kill the rest of these fools. See, damage from distance is always going to be your weak link. So yeah. Still a tough call. I mean, I can't tell the difference between the build we just ran and this one, but they might just be working basically the same. I kind of like the idea of having that extra red core, though. It's just kind of, it's more of like a detail that just to show off how powerful the build is when you got like this shield that's almost invulnerable. It's also nice to not have stacking. So watch obliterate. Keep your eye on obliterate. So I'm shooting, so I'm maintaining it right now, but you'll be surprised how often it's not there. You show up to a group and it is expired. Okay, so watch it. So it's about to expire. Now I can maintain it by shooting. So nope, I missed it. See that? So it's gone. So now I have to rebuild it, which is not the hardest thing in the world, but it is based off of crits. So there we go. Now let's go to that next group and let's see if we can have it by the time we get there. Nope, we lost it again. See, 5 seconds goes by so fast. So I was gonna try to maintain it by shooting that turret, by critting on the turret. But if 5 seconds goes by so fast, you're always rebuilding it. And that's, you know, a major disadvantage to have to rebuild your damage every time. So you got decaying obliterate and you got decaying strikers, and so I'm not a big fan of obliterate striker combos. And then you throw the chameleon in there and it's just like, now you're stacking like something else too, you know? It's like, fuck. It's not bad, but it's not about how much damage it can put out, because it's really good damage. But it's just like in heroic content, or where you're not fighting 1,000 enemies all at the same time. It's just like it does drop off really, really fast. And so where I like, you know, spotter, if you happen to be running technician. If you're not, then, you know, you don't got a choice. But if you happen to be running technician, it's just really nice to not have to worry about it, whether it's there or not for you. Really tough to tell which one I like better, though, I gotta say. I'm gonna run one more control point with this setup and see.
Supply room access unlocked.
Lord Northfleet, what up? Glad I caught you live, man. Yeah, Nigel Franklin says the M4 is best in game, in his opinion. And I would say it is too. That's my opinion too. And I love the Kingbreaker. I think the Famas is an excellent weapon. You know, it's like the police M4. And on paper, it does have more damage. The paper damage means very little to me. Means very little to me. And what I mean by paper damages is like what it shows in the testing range when you have 100% accuracy on a paper target that doesn't move or shoot back. That doesn't mean much to me. You know, the spreadsheets don't mean much to me either, because it doesn't perform that way in game, you know? And so, but again, the damage differences between the Famas and the Police M4 is not vast. It's not. You know, people will show you, and I see the same data you guys do. We're all working off the same data, you know? What I mean is that, hold on a second, let me make sure I survive this shit. Oh, it's gonna be tough. Yeah, I knew she was gonna get me. They got me surrounded. I see the same data, the same rankings you do. You know, the Famas is #1, burst DPS, and, you know, and Eagle Bear is up there, and, you know, the TKB, and I see those too. But what they don't show you is what the difference really is, and they're micro differences. Micro differences. So here's what's crazy, like build A, just random build, okay? But I know this because I tested it. But build A has, let's just say, 13 million DPS. Build B has 9 million DPS. In most people's opinion, because it's not in context, okay? In context, meaning it's like, well, what does that mean, right? Basically. So out of context, you'd be like, holy shit, 13 million versus 9 million? I'm definitely going 13 million build, right? Because it's, oh my God, it's so much stronger. 13 versus 9 million DPS, that's a big deal. I mean, I would have $13 million would definitely last longer than $9 million. In money terms, yeah, that's a big difference, right? In DPS terms, remember, we don't really care about damage. What we care about is time to kill and time to clear. But let's just talk about time to kill. In terms of time to kill, the difference between 9 million and 13 million is microseconds that you can't even tell in gameplay. Right now, you wouldn't know if I was running 9 million or 10 million DPS or 13 million DPS. You wouldn't be able to tell. I could tell you I was running any of those numbers and you wouldn't be able to know. I could run one right after the other and say which one's faster, and you would guess. It's anybody's guess, really. You know what I mean? And I know that because the only way I could tell is by doing frame by frame. I have to do a frame by frame comparison. I have to slow it down and do a frame by frame, or at least do a frame by frame if I don't need to slow it down. But that's in the testing range. Under perfect circumstances, does one do better? But when in fact, I've seen builds with less DPS, and I asked this question in another stream the other day. I've seen builds with less DPS have a faster time to kill than builds with more DPS. How is that possible? How is that possible? The #1 overlooked stat in the game when looking at damage builds. It's possible because of weapon handling. So missed shots. So a build that lands more shots is going to have a better DPS or faster time to kill, because that's what we really care about, than a build that misses a lot of shots but has more damage, right? And that's why this is all leading back to the Police M4. You know, so the Police M4 might be lower on this list of best assault rifles in the game based on DPS, but the reality is, where's this enemy at? He's invisible? Way over there? But the reality is that you might play better with the Police M4, and the Police M4 in your gameplay, okay, like let's just say compared to the Kingbreaker, might appear, you might make the Police M4 look like it's the best assault rifle in the game because you're landing more shots with it. And so your faster time to, in other words, you have a faster time to kill with the Police M4 than the FAMAS or the Kingbreaker, simply based on the fact that you land more shots, so you have greater survivability, your performance is better. Landing shots means a lot more than you think, right? I mean, what's your DPS if you miss your shots? What's your DPS if you're, what's your crit number if you on a shot that doesn't land? This build's holding up though, isn't it? It's a tough call, man. I'd have to go back and forth between these two builds to tell which one I prefer. So performance-wise, they're both doing basically the same. Killing fast, healing fast. But which one do I like better? Which trade-off would I prefer? I have a feeling it's the other one. You know, I think I might like the not stacking. I might like the extra red damage core. It's still tier 6 shield. Still healing fast. Where are these fuckers? I don't know, but, you know. Same but different. Tough call. I'll play it out a little bit more and figure it out. But yeah, so my point is like, one is stronger than the other, okay? So there is a one assault rifle is technically stronger than the other, and it does have a faster time to kill. It does have a higher DPS. That's not my point. One is, if you just want to say stats wise, one is faster than the other, okay? But the part that the analysis has to be in there. You can't just call it based on the number. You truthfully, you'd have to do an analysis on it, right? And the analysis would be like, well, how much the key performance indicator is actually time to kill, and how much faster is that one, and how much difference are we landing shots over the other one, right? You'd have to go in more depth in gameplay and get off the stat page to some degree, because it's going to matter. But at least now you know what you're dealing with and you're making an educated decision, you know? So that's my point. I know the FAMAS has a better DPS value than the Police M4, but I play better with the Police M4. And so if I were to play the FAMAS and the Police M4 side by side, you would think that the Police M4 has a higher base weapon damage. As a matter of fact, in my opinion, the way I'm playing, the Police M4 looks like it's stronger than the SIG, where in fact the SIG is stronger than the Police M4. Okay, so the Police M4's got 93, the mechanical animal's got 101. That's a 7,000 difference. That's not a little bit. That's a big number, 7,000 when it comes to assault rifles. That's a big number. But when it comes to time to kill, it meant diddly squat. Diddly. Doesn't mean anything. As a matter of fact, it looks like the Police M4 is stronger, when in fact it's not. But because it handles better, I land more shots, it performs better. And that's why the Police M4 is a lot of people's favorite weapon. It's really well balanced. It's really well balanced. You know, it's got damage and it's got power and RPMs and a full set of mods. everything is like right where it needs to be. It's really well balanced. Not too strong, not too weak, not too fast, not too slow. And that makes it easier for players to adapt to. And, you know, that means it tends to be a lot of people's favorite. But that's not the only gun. There's a couple of others around it that are also highly appreciated. The Carbine 7, the P416. The P416, which is what the Eagle Bearer is based off of, used to be the meta in the game. That used to be the meta assault rifle in the game. The P416. That was a long time ago. But it's still a good weapon. It basically performs really close to the Carbine 7. But then again, don't they all perform really close to each other? They do. They do. And so, and I can tell you that as a fact, we've done our, oops, we gotta watch out. We don't get any skill tiers. Ah, she just got that. Or maybe it's this fucker up here. So we were doing an assault rifle analysis, kind of going through this, like which is the best assault rifle in the game, and we were analyzing it over power over distance. We were looking at different variations, and so one of them is we went into legendary, and I went in there with the AK and the TKB, and I was like, wow, I'm cutting it. This is maybe this is my new favorite, right? I'm cutting them down. We destroyed legendary checkpoint as solo legendary, you know, and I was like, this is right. And then I put on the Police M4 immediately, same build, just changed the weapon to my classic Police M4. And then I did the same control point or checkpoint, legendary solo checkpoint. I cleared it faster. And so, but the weapon, the Kingbreaker is so much stronger than the Police M4. It's just like, how is it possible that the Police M4 cleared the legendary checkpoint faster, right? Isn't damage, there's no such thing as isn't there no such thing as, oh, fuck. Uh-oh, getting shot in the back. Yeah. Is there no such thing as too much damage, right? And that's the perfect example. The truth is that legendary enemies move around a lot. They're smarter. They play in cover a lot. They push forward. They fall back. They push forward. They fall back. So the optimal range is a variable, as well as they cause you to miss a lot of shots and to reload. Oh, you fucker! They cause you to miss a lot of shots and reload. You know, and thereby the Police M4 performs better because it's got better handling. It can adapt. It's got faster RPMs, so you can burst them, get more shots out. You know what I mean? So when they're kind of running from A to B, or when you got them in your open, but mostly you're landing more shots. Let's just call it that. That's what it is. You're just landing more shots. And so I performed better in a solo legendary over the Kingbreaker, even though I slaughtered both of them. I was successful with both weapons, but it did look like the Police M4 is a better weapon simply because I cleared that content faster because that weapon landed more shots. Yeah, I play on console. But you know, I've still like think that you can adapt yourself to any weapon. You know what I mean? So like, I mean, we were doing legendaries the other day with my Kingbreaker. I was performing at 57% accuracy at the end of legendary. 57% is pretty good, above average. You know what I mean? Yeah. So this is the setup now. It's tough. It's a tough call. So the other version, again, we're running Technician and Perfect Spotter. I think I kind of like that one better, even though technically this one's got 20% armor on kill on it. You know, I think I like the other one better. You know, I think that little bit of not stacking is helping us. But let's get a quick damage check on it and see which one has the true increased damage. Although obviously it wasn't very detectable in the field, but let's see what it is, okay? Just to know. It does influence your choice in the end anyways, doesn't it? Okay, so let's just rack this bad boy up. Oh, wait. Vulnerability. Okay, so we're basically at full. So 713, that looks about right. All right, 713. Okay. And then the weapons staying the same, and so we should, I mean, we could do a DPS check too, but I'm just gonna look at crits and just kind of ballpark it from there. Let's see here. Where is my, what backpack were we running? It was a Xena, right? Yeah, that one. And then the chest was the perfect spotter. It's probably a DPS difference more than a crit difference, actually, because of the stacking thing, but I'm gonna check this anyways. But yeah, but like I said, like none of the, I don't really, there's not very many weapons I hate in this game. I mean, there's very few. You know, so I like the Kingbreaker. I didn't used to like it, you know, but I really like it now. I've grown to it. It's kind of grown on me a little bit. Yeah, that's nice. It's a nice weapon. I like it, especially for legendary, you know, just because of the spotter thing. I'm like, you know, in legendary, I'm doing, you know, it helps with the tech and running technician and all that. So I like that synergy, but okay. So everything else is the same. All right. So, we just went back to the first build. Okay. So let's stack up. So that the other one was 714, right? Okay. Where's my laser pointer? There it is. 740. So yeah, really close. So this one is stronger. 740 is stronger, but more importantly, it's probably got a better DPS because it doesn't have to stack. It doesn't go from 0 to 25% on crit like Obliterate does. This starts at 740 and is at 740, and the only thing stacking is now Striker. So this should have the better DPS. The other one had more. Okay, but they're different builds, all right? So just keep that in mind too. There's more to that, but just between build 1 and build 2, this has got more damage. And they have the same survivability, but different. So this one's still 6 skill tiers. We got 10% armor on kill, plus clutch. We still got the deflector drone and a tier 6 shield that goes into overcharge. So that's the same. In the other build, all of that's the same too, except it had 1.1 million armor and 20% armor on kill. In exchange, it's got a little less damage. And you have to stack the chest piece talent, which expires every 5 seconds, and that's kind of annoying. But I gotta tell you, they played very closely. It is a tough call. I'm gonna still probably have to go back and forth and determine which one I ultimately love. With that, people, I appreciate you hanging in. I'm gonna call it a night. It's time for me to get some din in my belly, but I had a lot of fun, man. These are some cool builds, and we will be wrapping this up in a build video. So if you didn't take your notes, don't sweat it. Catch you guys later.
Tuxedo out.